To swallow?
But yeah, we're gonna wait for Etox to show up, or should I just do that? And
I was like, I saw the pop-up somewhere, but I didn't know where it was. It was in my chat. My chat box. So the thing should pop up, but I don't see it anywhere. What happened? Levi looks almost like a younger me, beard and all. Nice. I don't know why it's not coming up, Levi.
yeah, if you wanna hop in Discord, man.
Okay, there. 1 second. Alright, there we go. Are we good? For some reason, it's not showing that my sound isn't working. It's not lighting up here. What is going on? I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect. Yo, yo. Okay, well that's weird. User settings. Devices. Hello, hello. Why aren't you working? Voice and video settings. It sets, like, look at this. Default headset microphone, wireless controller. Why the fuck does it set my sound systems to the fucking controller? That's so annoying. Do I have to save it, or does it just automatically save? Is it working now? Okay, there we go. Yeah. It's just decided that my PlayStation controller is actually my mic. I don't understand how it takes priorities. Oh, it probably changed the other ones too, because I can't hear you either, Levi. So it must have changed the other options as well, and changed my... Yeah, my output device is supposed to be... there. Okay, now talk?
Alright,
Alright, holy fuck. Why does this shit always happen? It's so annoying. Look,
that's life, buddy.
I know, I didn't change any settings from the last, and it's like it hasn't done it for like 3 months. And then all of a sudden it's like, nah, all your shit's fucked now, bro. Oh. Alright, so, what's the plan?
I have a thought, which is pirate adventure.
Alright.
Does that sound good with you?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give us a pirate. Let's say fantasy pirate adventure, or just more broadly pirate adventure. as in like historical pirate. I think fantasy sounds fun.
Yeah, fantasy's fine. It just adds like doesn't mean we can't have it super grounded, right? And be like literally like One Piece kind of style.
Yeah, I was thinking vaguely One Piece. Although One Piece isn't very grounded at all.
I mean, like the idea of like pirates and like the navy and stuff like that. But then once you get beyond that, right? But that's
Yeah,
the
once you get
fantastical
to
part. But it does have the
everyone
basic
having like
ridiculous powers.
even like the governmental structure in One Piece is a bit absurd.
Well, it's a basis of power, right? The strong,
Yeah,
basically, because like
it is.
on a scale of power like that, you literally have the capability to hold your hand to the throat of every citizen in your country, like
Yeah, it's
Doflamingo.
what you would get is what you would get if you had a setting where there were individuals that powerful. But you know, that's not very grounded because the real world's not like that.
Well, I mean, look at people like Putin and Xi and Kim Jong Un, right? Like, it's not quite the same, but it's like the level of power that a single person like that has is literally world-ending. If they wanted to, and they were mad enough, they could literally launch all their nukes and just fuck the entire world over. Like, on my deathbed. Like, if I was a dictator like that, I'd literally have, like, all the nukes set to my pulse, so when I died, the world ended.
Dead man switch.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it'd be like, all right, guys, you guys have to figure out what the basically the cure to death is. If you guys want the world to exist, you have to make me immortal, and then I will be your overlord forever.
Actually, would all the nukes in the world really, like, they'd kill a lot of people? But I think
Oh, okay. I think it would take what?
I'm not a full believer in that whole nuclear winter thing.
I mean, like, we're talking like 10,000 nukes. Like, if every country launched like a couple hundred nukes, like if Russia launched like 6,000, and then North Korea launches like 4,000, and then China launches like 10,000, US launches like 5,000, it's like, if you took all of the nukes in the world and blew them up in strategic places, I'm pretty sure you could definitely do the nuclear winter. But I don't think, like, if you took all of the nukes and you blew them up in a single place, like, you might fuck up half of the world for, like, a couple millennia, but I don't think you'd fuck up the entire world.
I think you'd get, like, a century where it's, like Fallout, but then things would quickly return because nature's just resilient.
Well, think about it, like, Earth has been in a status like that before, right? It's not like the idea of a nuclear holocaust or a, like, whatchamacallit? Like, you know, where ash covers the entire atmosphere and no sunlight gets in, and it causes, like, a deep freeze of the planet, right? It's like, anything that we can do to the planet's already gone through. Probably multiple times, and we're still here. It might just be a reset back to cavemen, but we might have the same intelligence and within like a couple thousand years be in space again, right? Because it's not like we would technically
have the same intelligence. That's why we call them cavemen and not apes.
Well, I mean, there is an IQ scale, but that scales with knowledge, right?
Well,
like, I'd say if you took a human now and a human then, the IQ is going to be like 30 to 40 points, I think, on a maximum higher. Just because of like,
okay, IQ is trainable, but doesn't scale with knowledge because knowledge is a different.
But it's like the more you know, the more like you learn to know.
You can train IQ, but IQ is not a function of it's a separate, like, knowledge and intelligence are separate functions.
Well, knowledge is, or
You can know a lot,
intelligence
but
is
not be very intelligent.
application of knowledge, but knowledge in and of itself, IQ is how easy it is to learn, not how much you know or how well you use it. I watched the MC movie, loved it. Oh, that's good to know, Muffin.
IQ is an approximation, sort of. An indicator of this underlying thing called general intelligence, which is your general capacity to do well at intellectual tasks. And knowledge is not as G-loaded as, like, analytical.
Levi, you're in sync with the video. Yeah, I know. I don't
yeah,
know. Has this been a problem the entire time, or like did we use it through Discord last time? Like, I can't remember how we did this.
You watched my stream that I'm streaming on Discord rather than my Twitch stream. So you don't have to look at my face. You can just see the Grok image.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's right, because I remember having to do this stupid thing where it's like I click on everything and it's like, which screen do I fucking want, and then how do I pull it out? Okay.
Yeah, but,
and then full screen, and then we click that on. Nope, we click that, and then we click that. There we go. You're gonna start your stream? Alright, Muffin, sounds good, bro. Intelligence equals learning. Knowledge equals facts. Learned wisdom equals effectiveness of using knowledge learned. Yeah.
yes.
I would say, yeah. But I'd still say over, like, the course of, what, 60 to 80,000 years? Just intelligence equals know how to talks. True, Muffin, true. It's the...
Right, I think you would find a similar intelligence between if a caveman grew up under, like, relatively good caveman conditions, they'd likely have an IQ of about 85, 90, I think, not like 70.
Oh, I just mean the upper end. So, like, people that have, like, 150, 170 IQ. So it's like, I think the upper end, like, the most intelligent possible human 80,000 years ago would be, like, 120 IQ.
I think that'd be the same, actually.
Really?
I think at the higher end, it's less
of a...
I suspect it's less environmental at the extraordinary end because, like...
Well, I just think
like Ramanujan.
80,000 years of brain development. Like, it's not that long on an entire evolutionary scale, but on a, like, an individual within the species level? But then I have no idea.
At the higher end, you're looking at the freaks of nature and not the...
Yeah, the ones that brains are wired in ways that are not necessarily set for survival, but set more for knowledge and understanding, right? Like, you don't have good survival instincts, but you can count to 20,000.
I can count to it.
I just mean, like, holding the numbers in your head for that period of time. Like an average person... I guarantee you an average person cannot count from 1 to 20,000. Like, they would fuck up and forget somewhere along the lines. Like, I could barely count to, like, 9 or 10,000 before I'm like, I just get distracted and I forget exactly where I am.
As a kid, there was a game I would play where I would basically speedrun counting from 1 to 100.
See, I'm just thinking, like, Sean, specifically how the brain has evolved in the last 80,000 years. Like, is that in any way even substantially significant? To the point that if you brought a frozen caveman from that era, let's say it was a baby, and you raised them as a normal human, would they perfectly fit into society?
I guess, yeah.
Because
It
there
is
are
about
people that are
trying to
fucking
figure
retarded and do just impulsive, ridiculous, stupid caveman shit, right?
I mean, impulsiveness and intelligence aren't inverse of each other.
I mean, true. But still, you know, like somebody that like I don't know.
Neanderthals were probably about as intelligent as modern humans, but they were a lot more impulsive.
Yeah, because their entire life would have been run basically off of instinct.
No, they just um,
I would say
I
not
can't remember the exact
perfectly, but
reason.
with enough work, they would be able to function within the rules. I'd say it would take them an additional 2 or 3 years from when we graduate. So they'd be like a delayed learner kind of thing. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Anyway, do you want to explain the premise of this game we're playing to the chat?
All right, guys. So we're doing Grok D&D, and Grok is the DM. And are we gonna have a chat player this time as well?
Yes, we will have a chat player.
Okay, so chat can decide what this character does. So chat will be playing alongside us. If chat doesn't choose anything, then me and Levi can like flip a coin or get Grok to play the third player or whatever. But anyways, so we're gonna do a pirate adventure in a slightly fantasy world. Not quite sure how the world building is gonna go with it, but the idea is that we create. Did we have a list of like things that we did last time, Levi? Like an antagonist, like something that went wrong. Like how did we get Grok to come up with the Chrono Chalice and all of that?
I just asked. I gave it the prompt that we have on screen right now, except with this being fantasy sci-fi instead.
Okay.
And also, I didn't include this bit because last time I suggested some characters and I didn't like that.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. So does chat have anything to add to this statement that they want to, to enhance the experience? Like, I want to say, like, it kind of ruins it, but it gives you an extra bit of mystery. Like, make a twist, like, throughout the thing. You know? Something like give it an example of, like, change who the bad guy that we're fighting is, like, maybe at some point in time we ally with the enemy for, like, a greater good. Right? Just to give it, like, a direction to go. Because I find the more information you give in, like, structure, the better the AI keeps on track. But it's up to you.
We could ask it to give us an interesting main villain.
Yeah, like maybe ask it to give us a main villain instead of just like, because last time it wasn't really a main villain, right? It was just a straight up task. So maybe have like a grand villain before the task. Yeah, that sounds good.
I should be saying me instead of us.
Yeah, keep it simple.
There's also like, okay, Kiwiism. You often use us to refer to singular yourself.
I mean, I just say we because I like to be inclusive.
Give we a fantasy pirate adventure setting.
No, I just mean like instead of like us.
Yeah,
and
no,
we.
but I mean,
but I don't really use us. I just use we more. A woman with octopus tentacles instead of hair and gills, able to deep dive 40 fathoms without issue. Otherwise, appears mostly human with gray skin and more carnivore teeth. I don't know if that works for everyone, but that seems like a decent character. I mean, you're pretty much the only one here, Sean. So if you want that to be your character, hell yeah, dude, because you pretty much have full reign of the chat right now.
Yeah.
So I'm down for that. And that works
Okay,
kind of
so
perfectly. She can, like, infiltrate ships for us.
are we
And, like,
pushing?
climb up the side. Yep, go ahead. Sounds good to me. Let's get it started.
Okay, do you want to read first, or...
Sure, I'll read first. In the sun-scorched archipelago of the Saffron Vale, where crystal waves hide treacherous reefs and ancient merfolk ruins, your crew of daring pirates seeks the legendary Tide Heart, a gem said to control the seas themselves. Hidden in the sunken temple of Thalasra, your goal is to find and claim the Tide Heart before the ruthless Captain Varneth Blacktide, a necromancer pirate who commands a fleet of undead sailors and wields a cursed blade that saps the life from his foes. Varneth seeks the Tide Heart to unleash a tidal apocalypse, bending all oceans to his will. A challenge arises. Your ship, the Gilded Sparrow, is caught in a sudden squall near the Isle of Whispers. With jagged rocks looming, what do your characters do to navigate this peril?
Well, first we need to introduce our characters.
But, I mean, that's a pretty damn good start. I like it. Ink 2.
Hell yeah.
Leave an ink spill when escaping underwater. Nice, Sean. I like the detail.
So what is a squall?
Isn't that like the bubbly bits of water that always come up and like foam over top of like the... Oh, it's a type of cloud. Oh, it's a cloud formation, so it's a storm.
Yeah, so isn't it the Final Fantasy VIII protagonist?
Yes. No, yes. 8. Squall. His gunblade.
Yeah, it's the one with the gunblade.
Mm-hmm. One of my favorite characters. So it's like encroaching rain.
Hmm.
So that means a storm is approaching.
Do we have a name for the first? I need to stick using singular because my characters. Firstly, do we have a name for the octopus hair woman?
Yeah, Sean, what's your character's name?
Oh, Ursula.
Someone taking
Maybe
Ursula's shtick. Maybe my character will take the name Ursula to restore the name's honor.
Wait,
Okay,
last
hell
name?
yeah.
Or do we care have a last name?
She what's it called? Like, threw away her last name. You know, she, like, abandoned and, like, forsake her, her family name to prove that it's, like, it's not her, like, her family name isn't the reason why she's doing this. But it's your character, Sean, so don't let me tell you what her background is.
Should I just say razor sharp teeth?
Yeah. Her kind is so low in number, they have no need for family names, not like humans who are so numerous. Ah, I like that, Sean.
I'd say. Right, so I was. Right, grey skin. And razor sharp. She's. I'm just gonna. And at least
40 fathoms.
40 fathoms. Oh, shit. Undo. How do I...
I don't know. Oh, there you go. I've never undone before.
Damn it. Okay, so what I need to do... Shift Enter. I had Enter instead of Shift Enter.
Yeah, I hate that.
We have. Do you want your character? Can I tell you what my character is gonna be real quick?
Yeah, sure. I already know what my character is, but go ahead.
Okay. Frogman. 3 swords. One's being wielded with his tongue.
Nice.
I haven't come up with a name though, so. Yeah, Bertrand.
Basically, a
Actually, what's her
shark
name
with an
again?
octopus on
Barnet.
her head and squid ink. Cold-blooded but highly active regardless. Low light vision, somewhat sensitive to light.
Frogman. Buccaneer. Killed with his
Oh,
3 blades.
I'm gonna write mine out and I'm just gonna
One.
post it in Discord so that way you can just type it into Grok what my character is.
1 in each hand. And I was trying how to word it. Not in his tongue. Not on his tongue. With a long, agile tongue. Actually, we should probably give them personalities as well. But also, let's go to Discord. Where am I looking for him?
Hold on, I haven't posted it yet.
Okay. I need to add something about squid ink. Physiology. Adept at leaping and climbing. But do we have any personality for Ursula? We've got a bunch of, skills and abilities, which are kind of the most important thing for playing any game. But I also put on a crazy shirt today because I'm uh, I'm sick of being the down to earth one. I'm mixing things up. My So I hope the rain isn't being too noisy and annoying.
I can't hear
I'm
anything.
gonna, yeah, the Twitch mic setting and the Discord mic setting are a bit different because I need to manually.
Somewhat emotionless, very logical, had been convinced of the need to accomplish the crew's goal, and will do her utmost to complete it.
Okay. Um. Very. Somewhat emotionless and very logical. Would be fine if I said just keenly focused on the goal. Strongly. We're still waiting on the third.
Okay, I think this is good.
Okay.
Pop out. I'm just going to put it in plot outline.
Okay. I am looking in there.
His name is Skagdale.
Skagdale.
How do I Oh, okay, there we go.
I'm getting Kenpachi vibes.
Yeah, you think there's anything I should add to it?
Well, it's very long compared to the ones. You can create a shriek that is unheard by normal ears.
Because it's like he can use his like dolphin blowhole and stuff in order to create like a high pitch sound that is basically like an AOE that can disorient people, but it's effective against allies even if like their ears are covered and stuff. So it's like it's kind of a thing he only uses on his own.
Okay.
But he can also use it underwater.
We could say a shriek that causes disorientation and dizziness. Just
yeah, sure.
Just because I think if we give it too much space for one character, it's gonna focus on one character the most.
Yeah, no worries. Do what you gotta do. I already have the idea for the character, so it's like if anything comes up, I can just like flesh out that part of the character, right? But mainly like dual wielding and the eye patch. And the reason for what he's doing. Kind of give him some personality and background. That he's in it for the fame. I still remember my first D&D session. The party was dumped into an arena against 2 gorillas. Whole team went after one, used their turns, and it survived. A level 1 mage went solo against the other with a called shot to the gorilla's eye with my staff like a pure pool cue. 3 natural 20s later, 1-shot kill.
Let's just send it. And let's hope it doesn't overfocus on Skagdale.
Well, if it does, we'll just reorient it. And say add more detail for other characters. Include other characters more. Scale back Skagdale.
Okay.
Yep.
Now let's save, and let's see what it generates. So this is my turn to read.
Yep.
As the squall batters the gilded sparrow, with waves crashing over the deck, and the Isle of Whispers, jagged rocks drawing near, Ursula, Bertrand the Blue, and Skagdale spring into action. It's already springing us into action.
I think it means like maneuvering the boat.
Yeah, but I'm saying. Oh, Ursula, her tentacle hair writhing, dives overboard to scout the reef's layout, her gills unfazed by the churning depths. Bertrand, grinning, leaps to the rigging with frog-like agility, using his tongue-wielded blade to secure loose sails. Skagdale, eye patch in place, streaks a disorienting pulse to steady the rattled crew. Though it leaves some stumbling. How does that work?
I don't know. That's AI
the ship
for you.
lurches toward a rocky outcrop. Ursula surfaces, signaling a narrow path through the reef. I judge that Ursula's logical precision charts a viable course, but the storm's ferocity tests Bertrand's sailwork and Skagdale's crew coordination. What specific actions do your characters take to steer the ship through this perilous passage?
I mean, I guess it kind of had to place us somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So I don't mind this.
In the previous message, it was asking what we did, but we didn't have characters, and now it sort of started this. But it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess it could be like, oh, the people that are seasick, and then I shriek them, and then they're not seasick because it's like opposite kind of things. Maybe it's a buff on water, but it's a debuff on land. Because it helps with like your something to do with like the inner ear, so it like helps with your balance if you're on water because you're like all unsteady. But if you're on land, since you're already steady, it makes you feel like you're unsteady. Like it just feels like a logical thing to me, maybe.
Maybe the air's just kind of dumb.
No, AI is definitely kind of dumb, but I like to rationalize it. The DM intended to kill me off because a noob playing mage isn't usually going to survive long, and he wanted to be able to roll a new sheet for me that night. Instead, I got level 5 in one move. Ursula, give what aid she can with a tow rope. Though slight, it should aid in keeping the bow pointed in the correct direction.
Yeah, it also gives us a point to orient the ship towards if you're...
Yeah. So I'm the bard support buff, singing everyone into a frenzy of good action.
All right. Let's say I Bertrand. Blue. Broke over the... What's the front of a ship called? Is it the bow? Ship anatomy.
Aria_White2 is now following.
Wow.
Thank you for following Aria_White2.
Yo,
I hope
welcome
you
to
are
the chat.
enjoying
We're
the
playing
stream less than 4 less than
little
3
game.
plus 1.
Hatred was just telling me you
Aria
used to watch
White,
Commander
welcome,
Consummate
welcome.
and thinks he'd be
Hey,
a
how are you?
perfect
Good,
match
good.
for us.
Not that interested.
We were playing some
Are you
D&D
smoking?
Grok.
You.
Grok
Why are
D&D.
you smoking? What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack a day voice.
Starboard and port. I only know ship directions because of spaceships, not because of cruise ships. Glad to hear that. Hell yeah, Arya. It's a good time. What are you up to? Are you a writer?
Ship.
Oh, am I still in schedule 1? No. Okay, well, I'm technically am. Yeah. Okay, let's go to writing category. That might help just a little bit.
What is Skagdale doing?
Skagdale is going to... I'm thinking, should I jump overboard too and help? Because, like, I can? Or should I just, like...
Oh, you can see the quality of my chat.
Okay, I'm gonna start bellowing, like, not like orders, but like a song of orders. And I'm gonna be like, you know, but it's obviously gonna be like entertainment and fake. So I'm gonna be like directing people that don't exist, and yeah, basically being an idiot.
Keep morale up?
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the idea. That's the intention. Be like, this storm is nothing against us. We are the might of the sparrow. We shall never fall to these. Gather yourselves, members. We must pull through.
I'm gonna call them Mighty Dolphin Song.
Mighty Dolphin Song. Yes. I love it. I love it. So I'm like, I am all about being the support. I love being a support character. And then when the time comes, I can be like, oh, pull off my eye patch, and it's like, oh man, I haven't used this thing in forever. It's blurry as fuck. Oh god, ow, fuck. Okay, he's already started attacking me. Shit. I better get my shit together. I half want this character to be incompetent, but like he's trying to portray that he's like strong, but he's actually like really incompetent and doesn't really know what's going on.
Okay, so this is fine. Birch in the blue casts a rope over the bow of the ship for Ursula to pull, giving us a clear indication of the ideal facing direction. Meanwhile, Skagdale will sing a Mighty Dolphin song to keep the crew morale high during the maneuver.
Perfect. Are you from the U.S., Aria? You know what you sound like, Aria? You sound like you're gonna be like, hey, I sell. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Alright, my turn.
This could be... I'm always cautious about being rude to people that might be bots.
I mean, if they're not bots, then they don't have to take it offensively. And if they take it offensively, then they're not going to last in the stream 10 minutes anyways. You know the reason pirates wore eye patches? It was so one eye would always be adjusted to the dark. Going into the night from below deck, uncover the other eye. Likewise, going from above deck into the dark underbelly, switch eyes. I didn't know that, Sean. That makes total fucking sense. Oh my god.
Yes, but also a lot of them lost their eyes.
Oh, that's another thing. I'm sure they did. But that,
Yeah.
like, for someone who didn't lose their eyes, I'm sure. I was half gonna give my guy a peg leg, too, and have, like, a peg leg sword. But...
Alright, it's your turn to read.
Oh, yeah, right, sorry. With the storm raging around the gilded sparrow, Bertrand the Blue deftly tosses a sturdy rope over the bow, his tongue blade ensuring it lands true for Ursula to grasp. Ursula
I put my
gripped...
blade away.
Yeah. Ursula gripped the rope with her tentacle hair, pulls it taut from the water, her gray form cutting through the waters to guide the ship's heading toward the narrow reef passage. Skagdale, his eye patch glinting, unleashes a resonant dolphin song, its uplifting cadence bolstering the crew's morale. Though the storm's roar slightly drowns its effect, I judge that Ursula's strength and Bertrand's quick thinking align the ship correctly, but Skagdale's song, while inspiring, doesn't fully counter the crew's fatigue. The ship scrapes a reef, splintering the hull slightly. Fuck, it makes me sound like it's my fault! Ursula signals a sharp turn to avoid the final rock. How do your characters act to execute this turn to save lives the damaged ship? Fuck!
Okay, I'm gonna go,
Gilded Sparrow, what a
go
name.
below
We're in
deck.
for struggles. Gold is heavy and sparrows aren't that strong.
Okay, but it's only gilded, so that's a very thin layer of gold on the surface of the sparrow.
And gold in general is very light. It's a very airy metal.
I have immediately
Okay,
on
my character is gonna
read.
realize that his singing is not actually helping, and maybe he should pick up a fucking rope and help his crewmates.
Okay. We'll pick up a rope and help the crew with the rigging.
Ursula uses her rope to wrap around the reef in order to aid the sharp turn. Kind of like the... what's it called?
No, wait.
Where you, like, wrap the rope around a rock or around something, and you kind of use it to, like, drift the boat around a corner when you need to go at, like, an exact, like, arc.
Part. Why is my brain not working? The reef.
See, the fact that I think that Arya left means Arya was probably one of those people. I mean, it's not that I hate those people, it's that I'm just not interested. You know, they don't deserve a ban or anything. They're just like, you know... I mean, and it's not necessarily that they're a bot. They could be a person. It's just the fact if they're trying to sell shit. It's like, I'm not interested.
And then
I'm trying to sell you shit. My stream.
below deck. Actually, I need to check. What was the specific injury the ship took? Right. Splintering the hull slightly.
So you're gonna go inspect it?
You want? Over the edge of the ship. Repair it. Can I repair where it's splintered from the outside? Because I'm a frog, I got frog pads. Actually, I'm gonna say down the side of the ship. So it,
Ursula, after the ship is past the danger, will get sticky mud from the seafloor to stop the leaks for the short term.
it is a reef, so that the seafloor shouldn't be too deep.
Yeah, I can help out with that too. I may not be able to
so
dive
she-
as deep as her, but I can definitely dive.
I may be amphibious, but frog.
Yeah, frog's
probably on the
not
west
not
one.
quite a dolphin. I can hold my breath for like, let's say 15 minutes underwater. Like, not under great stress or like pressure. So I can't go very deep, but I can stay under for a while.
So, but is this Gucci?
Yeah, this is good. Sounds good. Frog
Oh, I
and
missed out
salt.
Bertrand.
Not a great mix. Brave enough being on deck. I guess that's true, Sean. Frogs most of the time do not like salt water.
As the
They're
gilded
river
sparrow
creatures, not
teeters
sea
on the
animals.
edge of disaster, Skagdale abandons his song, seizing a rope to haul the rigging with the crew, his scarred arms straining to adjust the sails for a sharp turn. Ursula, with calculated precision, loops the guiding rope around a sturdy reef outcrop, using her aquatic strength to pivot the ship's bow through the narrow passage. Bertrand the Blue, ever nonchalant, scrambles down the hole, his agile leaps dodging waves as he patches the splintered wood with a spare plank and tar. I judge that Ursula's tethering secures the turn, and Skagdale's muscle aids the maneuver, but Bertrand's hasty repair holds only partially, leaving a slow leak. The ship clears the reef, but the Isle of Whispers looms, and a dark ship, Barneth Blacktides, Wraith Skull, appears on the horizon. How do your characters prepare for a potential ambush while addressing the leak?
Okay, well, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. They're undead, and they're on ships. So unless their ships are made out of bone, their ships can sink. What can their ships sink from? Fire. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab as many, like, thin ropes as I can find, secure them to as many arrows as I can, and basically prepare, and, like, dip the string in, like, alcohol. Because we're pirates, right? We gotta have some booze somewhere.
Yep.
So I'll sacrifice my alcohol in order to basically make these strings of, or like ropes of, what's the word? Flammable shit. And I'm gonna launch them because I don't think a single fire arrow is gonna work. So I'm gonna light the fire arrow with the rope, and it's gonna be like a string of fire. So it's gonna fall across the ship in different ways and basically splash everywhere across the ship. That's the plan. And hope that it gets through like the varnish and like the wax and like the, you know, the whatever is on, like, keeps shits from, like, you know. Because then you have to, like, continuously apply layers of shit on the wood in order to prevent it from doing stuff. So that makes it harder to burn. So I'm trying to make it as best I can that it would actually burn.
So alcohol, you said?
Yeah, I'm using my alcohol. So no one else can complain. I'm only using my booze.
Alcohol. Thin ropes and arrows. And I'm gonna say that.
Do we have a harpoon? Put tar on that and a glass bottle of alcohol in it. Tar burns during flight. Bottle breaks on impact, spreading fire everywhere. I don't know about harpoons. I mean, I've had throwing knives, so I guess I have a good throwing arm. Yeah, that sounds good to me. That's my plan. I like the harpoon idea, though. Maybe I could do that at, like, next time, if this fails. We'll up the scale and see. But we have to get... Like, the thing is, I can shoot arrows from pretty far away. Pirates might have a harpoon for boarding actions. That was my thought. Well, I'm like, your character dives underwater, so maybe you have a harpoon for just, like, spearfishing underwater. Like, that's what I was thinking. Maybe my character has the same thing. And that's where we get most of our food from. It's like just spearfishing.
Trusty harpoon.
Because I'm like, I can shoot my arrows farther. So I can start off with my arrows, and as they get closer, then we can start throwing harpoons with bottles on them. Like Molotov cocktail style. With tar. And then once the tar is ignited, it's like that's not going to be put out, right? Ursula spears a fish and uses it to chum the water near the ambushing ship to bring in sharks to deal with any undead that fall into the water. Ah, good call, Sean.
You want to do that? Chum to bait sharks circling about. Wraith Skull. You need undead. One. Yeah.
Always
red.
good to use the wildlife when you can. True, Sean. And I like this one better than the other one because it's adding an element of us failing, whereas the other one seemed like we just succeeded with everything.
We failed up, I think. You know?
I guess so. Just stick to the Peter principle.
Oh yeah, also, do we send some crew to... Let's also send some crew to deal with the leak. Right?
Yeah, we should do that.
Also...
So we've got, like, the extra people, right? Because we have to have a crew of at least 20. Between, like, cooks, you know.
Be... Yeah.
We got our carpenter handymen who, you know, are repair guys who will probably also, like, cannoneers and stuff like that. Do we have cannons on the ship? Does this ship have cannons? Should we man cannons? Like, we're a pretty big ship, right? We should have cannons. We're some sort of defensive weapon. Yeah. Like a Dragonator on the front?
Yeah. Sure. Let's... and others to
Man.
We have cannons, they have cannons. Uh-oh, what have I done? I think I just destroyed our ship.
I can still get to read.
Alright. As the gilded sparrow steadies after the reef, Skagdale crafts fire arrows, deftly tying alcohol-soaked ropes to their shafts, ready to arc blazing trails towards Wraithskull. Ursula, diving into the depths, scatters chum to lure a frenzy of sharks around Varneth's ship, their fins slicing the water to threaten any undead that might fall. Bertrand the Blue, with a roguish grin, rallies the crew with a flourish of his 3 blades, their confidence in his swordplay galvanizing them for battle. The crew splits, some patching the leak with planks and pitch, others priming the cannons. I judge that Skagdale's arrows and Ursula's sharks set a cunning trap, and Bertrand's leadership steadies the crew, but the leak repair is rushed, slowing the ship slightly. As Wraithskull closes, its undead crew visible, it fires a warning shot across your bow. How do your characters respond to engage or evade this threat? Evade? Uh-oh. Is it saying we should level up before we fight this guy? What do you guys think? Cannons against undead is a waste of ammunition unless you're using it to launch heated balls to make fires, but again, it's dependent on the range. Our cannon's longer range than theirs. I was thinking more of, like, Sean, we're not trying to kill the undead, we're trying to sink their ship.
Cannons aren't typically... cannons in ship combat aren't typically anti-personnel weapons.
Yeah, it's usually...
Unless you're using grape shot.
Yeah.
But even then, grape shot's really just a... splattering of damage.
Yeah. We're gonna, like, aim for, like, the base of the ship and try and, like, make holes in it so they sink. We're not gonna try and, like, hit anyone on board. Maybe we'll try to damage some of their cannons. I'd say, if anything, their cannon range is probably more than ours if this guy's, like, the main guy on the sea and we're, like, the second main guys on the sea, right? So maybe we have to maneuver around. The goal is to cross their T and open our broadside on them. Heated balls, red-hot iron flying through the air to hopefully set things ablaze. I mean, how do we get, like, red-hot irons? How do people set that into the cannon? Like...
It gets heated when it gets fired, because it gets fired by an explosion.
Yeah, but it's not that hot, is it?
I don't know.
It's a chunk of iron. I don't see it being, like, hot enough to set things on fire. Just, like, hot enough to that it would, like, burn you if you touched it. Right? But, like, heat with just... Like, wood with just heat takes a lot to catch fire.
Yeah, but, linen?
They literally put them in a brazier of coals, then used wet leather to lift them into the cannon. I mean, Sean, that sounds great, as long as you have an explanation for it. I buy that. Morning, Smokey. Welcome. How's it going, bro? We're doing Grok D&D. You can help us by, do you want to, you can help out with the chat character. If you want, you can, we can make your own character. I can relay it. It's the kick chat.
Yeah.
It's actually how it was done. At least I think I got the wet leather right. I mean, that sounds like, yeah. That sounds how you do it, Sean. I've just never seen or heard that portrayed, but I'm like, hey, that sounds viable to me. 100%. Only thing is you'd have to worry about the ship tipping over and somehow you know, the brazzers setting and coal setting your ship on fire, right? But most of the cannons are in very secure holds and stuff like that. A wooden sailing ship has a lot of tar and oiled cloth. That's what flash ignites. Smokey, you're a disaster.
What was the description of Wraith Skull we had earlier? I'm just... Did we have a description of it? No, we didn't. We just had a necromancer.
You're such a disaster, good sir. I appreciate it, though. Anything to get the interaction from the chat, right?
What if folks are taking out their sail?
Surprised I had enough points.
What's the one with the chain? 2 cannon balls with a chain? Is that one actually good for taking out sails? I can't remember.
Yeah, because that takes out masts.
Yeah.
You have them from each side, you put fire at the mast, and the balls spin around the mast and pull down the mast.
So
you can either aim for the sails and penetrate the sails or set them fire, but I think, yeah, using those ball and chain things to hit the mast is probably the best way to go.
Okay.
Penetration, oh yeah.
True, Smokey.
What did you say?
Penetration, oh yeah.
Main shot. Disable with sail. No, wrong sail. Sails. Run them.
Maneuverability is key in a ship-to-ship fight. Are we a smaller ship than them?
I assume as much, but it does. It's not specific.
Cannon load of chain is quite destructive across the deck, cutting people in half, damaging masts. It would hold the heat long enough to bother with that.
So is it red hot chain shot?
I'm down for that.
Red hot chain shot.
Mm-hmm.
What's actually, I need to get the... Is there a word for the...
Put your hand on my shoulder, RRR.
What else? Anything else? We're kind of melee range dudes on a boat in boat combat.
That's why I wanted to have a bow. At least I'd have something.
Do you have a bow?
Yeah, I have a bow.
Sorry, you wrote so much it was hard to remember everything.
No worries. I have a bow on my back and throwing knives. So I'm ranged as well as like close ranged. But I'm not like super long range.
Can I be the protagonist?
So, do you want to fire your bow?
Yeah, if we're in range, I'm gonna fire my bow and try and set. We're gonna start with the sails. Try and set the sails on fire.
All
And
right,
then
right,
let's land on the
Right, fire
deck.
arrows, right?
Mm-hmm.
I keep forgetting it's Skagdale.
My old nickname is Ari. I used to say Ari me babe. I think ye are. Smokey asks, can I be the protagonist?
Hmm.
I think
You
we're
are one
all
of the
protagonists. Do you want to create a character, Smokey? Maybe you could be the bad guy. Maybe Smokey can be the bad guy.
I think that'd be a very difficult thing to get to get Grok to cooperate with.
True.
If we started with that sort of layout where it's, you know, team 1, team 2. Okay. Anything for Ursula? It's fine if Ursula doesn't do much this round.
Yeah, she's kind of already done what she needed to do.
Wura is Valiant Boy.
Where is Valiant Boy? I don't know. He's been slacking lately. He hasn't really been around. He'll
Is
pop
Yogo
in.
it? Or is he okay?
It's your turn.
My turn. Okay, with Wraith Skull bearing down, the Gilded Sparrow's crew unleashes a thunderous volley of red-hot chain shot from the cannons, the spinning projectiles tearing through Varnith's sails, shredding them to tatters. Bertrand the Blue, ever brazen, scampers up the rigging, swinging his tongue blade and hurling taunts at the undead crew, drawing their focus. Skagdale, his eye patch glinting, looses a salvo of fire arrows, their flaming trails arcing across the gap to ignite Wraith Skull's deck. I judge that the chain shot cripples their maneuverability and Skagdale's arrows spark chaos, but Bertrand's taunting provokes a retaliatory barrage of ghostly harpoons from Varnith's ship, one grazing the Sparrow's mast. The sharks circle tighter around Wraith Skull, and your ship gains distance, but the leak persists, and Varnith's necromantic aura chills the air. How do your characters capitalize on this advantage to escape or press the attack?
I fling stinging jellyfish onto the enemy deck to cause slick conditions on deck. Damn, Sean. You're going hard with this. Swing these nuts and people get hurt. So, have we decided, are we attacking or are we running away?
I think we're running away.
Okay.
I think it'd be better to have this confrontation on land, where...
Okay, I think that's a good idea too. Where we can actually use our skills to their utmost.
And, you know, save, what's his name again? I always forget. Varnith. I say always forget. It's been, you know... Actually been a while.
True, Smokey. Another toke, good sir. You're killing me. Still want the jellyfish because we want to slow their response in addition to their reduced maneuverability. True, Sean. Anything to slow them down. And maybe trip and fall into the ocean and then the sharks be like, what, there's only bones? And rotten flesh? How dare he? It's been dead years. Maggots and dirt and grime. What kind of shark wants that? Eats everything.
So harpoons necessarily have the like ropes on them, right?
Not necessarily. Yeah, where's Valiant Boy when you need him? Oh, I got Smokey instead. Thanks, Smokey. You're a doll.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this
I'm gonna
immersive
say
experience.
if they do. Is give us a sharp blade. Like that. The ropes. We're gonna keep using the
Keep
full
dancing,
name.
bitch. It ain't over yet.
Any action from Skagdale?
Someone got dollars to throw on this hoe.
Skagdale is just going to try to repair any of the damage done to the masts. Or go check on the leak, because I think that's what he means by...
Actually, it's
You did
one
good, you can
grazing
rest now,
sparrow's
babe.
mast, so it actually sounds like none of them are lodged in. I'm not gonna do that.
I think it means it just like tore through the mast, so it's like it's just ripped. So I can go and like thread it back together, right?
Well, the mast is
You are always happy to dance.
this big the big bit of wood about. It's not the sail, it's the mast.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm high. I was thinking the sail. You're always happy to dance. True, Smokey. Mast is the wooden upright, so it has a scratch.
Yeah, that's nothing we can do about that really, unless we want to like put a patch on it. But it's a scratch from a harpoon.
All right, I'm gonna go help with the sealing the leak. Tie rope around it if it was deep enough.
You going below deck to help with the leak? Or
I'm gonna jump off the edge of the ship and look at it from the outside. See what I can do from the outside from underwater.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. Oh, I'm an idiot. Spray my ink on the enemy deck, too. But can you get that close, Sean? I don't know what getting that close. I mean, I guess if you've thrown jellyfish up there, you're pretty damn close.
Burst of ink.
Send yo pet squid. I mean, that's technically what Sean is. What'd you say, like a shark person with an octopus on their head?
That's a burst
And
of
I'm
ink.
like half human, half
Content.
dolphin. And he's a frogman. We're like the perfect crew.
We're all animal people.
In some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. We're all a mix. Oh, okay. So me and you, we're a mix of two animals, but Ursula's a mix of three.
A shark, a human, and an octopus?
Yeah.
Who fucked who to get what? If only my ink was actually natural oil, slippery and flammable.
Okay, you go.
As the gilded sparrow pulls ahead, Ursula surfaces near Wraith's skull. hurling stinging jellyfish onto its deck and spitting a thick burst of squid ink, coating the undead crew in slippery, stinging chaos that sends them stumbling. Skagdale, driven by his heroic ambition, dives overboard, his dolphin-like agility guiding him through the Sparrow's hull, where he works to seal the leak with spare cloth and pitch. I judge that Ursula's tactics sow disarray on Wraithskull, buying crucial time, and Skagdale's efforts slow the leak significantly, though not fully, as the cold water numbs his hands. The Sparrow gains more distance, but Varneth's necromantic aura intensifies, summoning a spectral mist that begins to obscure your path towards the Isle of Whispers. How do your characters navigate this eerie mist and prepare for the next phase of their quest in the Tide Heart?
Airy mist navigation.
Is this Levi on the call? Yes, it is, Smokey.
Yes. 'Tis I.
He's also the one on screen. He's the one typing.
Oh, true.
Ursula's low light vision allows her to see the pathway underwater regardless of the mist. Nice to meet your voice. I've only ever seen you in chat before. It's the real Levi.
Shit. Below the list?
Yeah, where's Valiant Boy when there's actually someone else talking on Kick? Then he doesn't have to feel lonely. Lonely among all those lurkers. Saw his face for a bit. Like looking at a younger me with glasses.
He uses Twitch anyway.
I know, because he doesn't like to be alone.
I am the loner dog.
You are, Smokey. I mean, I converted him over to using Twitch, because that's because he was trying to convert people over to using Kick. And I was like, nah, I'm going to swap this over on you. Because it's better for me if you're on Twitch. Ads be wildin' over there. I know, it's kind of bullshit that they force ads on you at such a low state, right? And if you turn ads off, you just get pre-rolls, and then no one watches you.
Hey, hey, Sean, if you want to see my face more, you can come to my stream instead.
Smokey, Levi also streams on Kick. So you can...
Yeah, that is also true, yeah.
Here, I'll give you his thing.
I hope he's a cross-dresser.
Here, go give him a follow on Kick.
What do you need to stave off the...
I already follow him.
Necromantic? What
Nice, Smokey. Why does everyone want people to be angry when they get dressed? In Patrick's voice. Oh, that's good. That's good, Sean.
Yo, thanks for the follow, Smokey. I don't know if you've already done that a previous day. I don't get notifications when I get followed on Kick. But, hell yeah.
Feeling
Anything-
useless. What do I do? I'm like, do I try to repair the freaking thing again? Those buns had emotions. They'd be hot
You can
cross
keep working
buns.
on the repairs.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ursula's returns to the ship, and using her underwater vision to see a path to the ship below where the mist can reach. Bertrand the Blue returns to the company of the crew, using their body heat to stave off the necromantic chill, and Skagdale keeps working on the repairs. Man, the rain is getting annoying. I need to tweak my microphone settings. Because it's definitely picking up.
Well, I can't hear anything. It's like when
Yeah, I
I'm...
mean,
I can hear like the geese or the coyotes or the thunder outside,
I like
and you
big
guys
butts
can't
and
hear.
I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny.
I mean that it's
That when a
picking
girl walks in with an itty bitty waist
on
and a round thing in
screen,
your
but I
face, you
fixed it,
get
I think.
sprung.
Yeah. At least when it's not too loud. Anyway, I think it's your turn to read. I hate that I gotta... Because
That girl got buns, hun.
that's not... Apparently, anyway, it's your turn to read, but that's kind of goofy.
Hmm?
It's your turn to read, isn't it?
No, it's your turn.
Okay. Ursula, her tentacle hair slick with seawater, clambers aboard the gilded sparrow and peers into the depths with her keen underwater vision. Weird. I don't think it understands what is meant.
Yeah, I think she's
Charting a
supposed to...
course. Yeah, charting a course through
Yo, you both
submerged
kinda look
channels
the
where
same, no cap.
Barneth's spectral mist cannot descend. Bertrand the Blue, shaking off the necromantic chill, drops from the rigging to mingle with the crew, their shared warmth and camaraderie, bolstering morale and fending off the supernatural cold. Skagdale, undeterred by the numbing waves, persists in patching the hole, curing the leak enough to keep the ship seaworthy. I judge that Ursula's navigation avoids the mist's disorienting grasp, and Bertrand's presence steadies the crew. But Skagdale's repairs, while effective, leave the hull vulnerable to further strain. The Sparrow emerges from the mist near the Isle of Whispers, where a crumbling merfolk ruin, possibly the Temple of Thalasra, looms on the shore. But eerie moans echo from the island. How do your characters approach the island and prepare to search for the Tide Heart? It is funny that they've phrased Bertrand as being a warming presence, but it's like, no, he's a frog. He needs to do this or else he'll get torpor. Right?
True. Merfolk ruin on the shore.
Yeah, I'd ruin a merfolk. Am I right, guys?
Hell yeah. I don't know, just jump onto the island. Let's get this over with. That's what my
Yeah,
guy's
let's,
thinking. I'm like, we gotta find the Tide Heart before they find us.
You look tired, young one.
What's the right term for landing a ship? Is it still beaching if you do it intentionally?
I have no idea.
Like, beaching isn't the equivalent of crashing, right?
No. Ursula scouts the seafloor to find a safe harbor to anchor the ship.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, making haste.
Ursula scouts safe position to anchor the ship.
My character is going to use his knowledge of songs to actually recant a story about the merfolk that's a clue as to where the Tide Heart is. So it's like a riddle that we have to solve.
Consults his impressive knowledge on the merfolk civilization. US spelling. Grr.
How long is your
do I
hair?
use US spelling here?
I don't think it really matters.
I think
I
I'll
don't
make it
use
easier.
spelling, period. How long is my hair? I mean... my hair's so fine and thin that, like, just wearing
Amazing.
a freaking hat is, Oops.
Where
Do you wake up and got to brush it and stuff?
Yeah, I literally brushed it before I put the hat on, and because I've had the hat on for like 3 hours, now my hair's all tangled.
I've never
and
had
bullshit.
long hair, always bald.
Well, I got like Vegeta head, bro. Like my freaking receding hairline is insane. But it is what it is. I'm 33, right? You just can't really tell on that angle. It's like...
and you know what?
It's literally like fucking Vegeta.
Funny joke that
It's like it's hard to pull it like all the way back, but you can't really tell.
one of the
It is what it is, though. Yeah, this is probably the longest my hair's ever been.
riggers.
Will you ever change the color?
Yeah, not really. I've dyed it a couple of times, but I'm just not really into that. It's too much work. If I went to do, like, if I was to go to, like, an anime convention or dress up as a character or something, I'd do it, like, silver or something like that, you know?
You dress up as Silver
No, I'd, like, dye my hair silver.
from Sonic 06?
Not as any specific character. No, I
Yeah,
would...
what's your go?
The character I would be the axe chick from, Jujutsu Kaisen.
Don't do that.
Ursula dives...
Weird.
What? Her hairstyle. I love her hairstyle. The braid, like, coming down the front of the face to cover her eye. I always love that kind of shit. Anything that's like the side eye covers your eye or something like that. Or the side bang covers your eye. Ursula dives into the crystalline waters around the Isle of Whispers, her gales flaring as she scouts a sheltered cove free of reefs, signaling the crew to anchor the Gilded Sparrow safely. Skagdale, drawing on his vast knowledge of merfolk lore, studies the crumbling ruins layout, deducing that the Tide Heart likely lies in a sunken chamber beneath the central spire. Marked by carvings of tidal waves, Bertrand the Blue, ever light-hearted, leans toward a rigger and cracks a joke about merfolk and their fishy dances, earning a chuckle that eases the crew's tension. I judge that Ursula's scouting secures a safe anchorage, and Skagdale's expertise pinpoints a promising lead. but Bertrand's jest, while uplifting, distracts the rigger momentarily, leaving a rope unsecured. As the crew prepares to disembark, the eerie moans from the island grow louder, and skeletal merfolk shadows flicker in the ruins. How do your characters organize and approach to the ruin and handle the looming threat? What is Chapter 10 cat version? I'm new here. Cat version is Sean's story. So if you want, I will link it in the... Whoops. I will link it in the chat, and you can check out his story.
I have a suggestion for you, Sir Etox.
Yep.
What if we all plugged our ears and you harmonized with this eerie moan? See if that soothes these skeletal merfolk.
Ooh, I like that. Alright. Let's do that.
Alright? The crew plugs their ears. As
How will the water affect the sound, though?
I don't know. I don't think that the AI's thought about that.
It's all up to the DM. DM is God. We bow before the DM.
Harmonizes with the airy moans.
Cool story. Yep. The other one was cool, too.
Right.
So are you trying this above or below the waterline? Above the waterline, Sean.
Harmonizes with the airy moans and it to the spirits of the skeletal merfolk. I say dolphin scream, so it knows I'm referring to the scream earlier.
If you're in the water, your chest being in the water would allow resonation under the water as well. I don't know. I'm afraid if I amplify the effect too much, it'll hurt you guys. We don't want that. I don't want to hurt my buddies. That's why it's like a last resort kind of thing.
So, is this it?
Yep.
As the gilded sparrow anchors in the cove, the crew stuffs their ears with cloth to shield against Skagdale's disorienting scream. Skagdale strides toward the ruins, his pale blue skin gleaming under the moon. Oh, it's nighttime. Right, actually, yeah, it's probably nighttime then. I was gonna say it could be daytime, the moon's out at daytime sometimes, but they wouldn't. You wouldn't get moonlight. And unleashes a dolphin-like shriek, skillfully harmonizing with the eerie moans of the skeletal merfolk in an attempt to calm their restless spirits. I judge that Skagdale's harmonic scream resonates with the ancient merfolk, causing the shadows to pause, their moans softening, though some still drift menacingly closer. Ursula and Bertrand stand ready, but the unsecured rope, Bertrand's jest left loose, tangles in the anchor, complicating a swift retreat. The path to the ruins' central spire, where Skagdale believes the tide heart lies, is now clearer, but the spectral merfolk remain a threat. How do your characters proceed into the ruin while managing the lingering spirits and the tangled anchor?
I don't think we know about the tangled anchor, so we're just going to have to deal with that when we get to it.
Yeah, the ship's a last concern right now.
Yeah.
Just cut through.
I'm gonna like throw knives and try and distract the merfolk and try and pull them into the water.
You want to fight merfolk in the water?
I just want to pull them into the water. 'Cause once they're in the water, because they're just skeletons, right? So they're not going to be able to maneuver as well in water, whereas I'm going to be able to completely destroy them once we get into the water.
Hmm.
Because without their flesh, they're not going to be able to swim, right?
I wouldn't use too much logic on spectral skeletal merfolk.
I'm going to try it anyways. I mean, it's the best I can do. I perform best underwater. So even if we are both, and it's like, yeah, I'm just going to do that. Take my chances. So I'm going to throw a bunch of knives at them, get their attention, dive into the water, and hope that they follow me. While I ready my two dual swords for close combat. What do these merfolk look like? Are they the bipedal flipper foot type? I'm guessing like your standard, like,
You know what my thought is? Actually, I'm gonna check that I've got this reference right in my head before I look it up. Also, I wonder if it'll even come up if I search it.
if it's an aerial type, then they couldn't move well on land, flesh or not.
Okay, it's not gonna come up.
I'm thinking like a murloc from like WoW kind of idea. Like kind of a mix between a frog and a fish. It's like
I imagine the type that
fish
switch
arms
as
and
they. Imagine the H2O type where they just change depending on where they are.
I don't know. Fantasy is a fickle thing when it comes to what you want to portray towards, right?
And uses his throwing daggers and attempts to lure them into the water. He expects to have an upper hand fighting room.
Bipedal flipper foot seems the most sensible option here. Then in the water, they would move the same as on land, but you can swim, giving you an advantage. True, Sean.
I'm still gonna say H2O type. Have either of you watched H2O?
No. The fuck?
Yeah. Okay, good.
Never
So Sean knows
seen
what's
it.
going on.
I have.
Yeah, when they get wet.
By anything.
When they
Their tails appear. When they dry, the tails vanish. I think that's kind of fucking stupid.
Yeah, but it's a show for kids, and they can't have the special effects budget to have the tails all the time or something like that. It's a solution that allows you to have teenage girls doing a story
but also have them be mermaids.
Interesting.
Uh,
Man, I hate growing up being a kid nowadays. That sounds like the shittiest show ever. Australian show
that
for
was
kids
like
at that.
a decade ago.
So that further reduces the budget. Yeah, a decade ago I was 23. We're talking like 2000 to like 98 to like 2004.
And what perchance is Ursula doing? Any suggestions from the quick chat?
Ursula will assist in water combat with her spear. Alright, so it's me and Ursula. So it's all up to you then to find the heart. It's a tide heart.
Where he and Ursula expect to have an upper hand fighting them.
We got this. We'll tag team that bitch.
Whose goes this time?
Mine. Skagdale, his eye patch glinting with purpose, hurls a flurry of throwing daggers at the spectral merfolk, their blades slicing through ghostly forms to provoke them toward the water's edge, where he and Ursula prepare to ambush them with their aquatic prowess. Bertrand the Blue, grinning, wields his 3 blades, 2 in hand, one swung by his agile tongue, carving a path through the lingering spirits, his frog-like leaps keeping him ahead as he leads the crew toward the ruin's central spire. I judge that Skagdale's daggers and Ursula's readiness effectively draw several merfolk into the shallows, where they gain the upper hand, but Bertrand's aggressive advance scatters some spirits, causing a few to flank the crew. The tangled anchor rope slows the ship's repositioning, and the spire's entrance looms, guarded by a shimmering merfolk wraith. How do your characters handle the wraith and the flanking spirits while pushing into the ruin? True, Smokey. Oh, I got something for you you might like, Smokey.
I think it's forgotten at the boat at this point.
What?
If we just keep going, it'll forget about it.
Are you shitting
So, by the way,
me?
the boat. But, like, real DMs do this sometimes, where it's like, they hang on to a detail for longer than it needs to be.
It won't let me send it. That's bullshit. I can send this
What
shit
kind
on
of thing?
Twitch, but I can't send this shit on Kick?
Is it one of those ASCII things?
Yeah.
Hmm.
It won't let me send it on Kick. I'm so upset. Is the message just too long? Maybe I can give you the upper half of it? No. It's just a giant no. It knows. It knows what I'm trying to do, I think.
Ooh, advert. Also, yo, big man Francis. How's it going?
I think I can get it all in. Hold on. I don't know how well that worked. Let's see.
Here's an idea.
It kind of worked.
Howdy there. Do you want to aid in? Alright.
Yeah, Francis, you and Sean are playing Ursula, the octopus shark lady that's very skilled at being in the water. And we are currently we're trying to break into the merfolk ruins where there's a bunch of ghost skeleton merfolk fighting us.
Yeah, man.
I think Bertrand is going to try and get the Wraith to pursue him
I'm
by climbing in a higher window.
Big Man Francis is now following.
Big
Thank you
Man
for following
Francis.
Big Man
Thanks
Francis.
you for
I hope you are
following, good
enjoying the
sir.
stream less than 4
Welcome,
less than 3 plus
welcome.
1.
Hi, sweetie. Hatred was just
Another
telling
one
me
on the
he's
list,
arch commander
boys. Let's
Consummate
go.
and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying.
Emote
Now,
eruption.
since the
It's
film
called
ashtrays, the
Kappa
burning pine-scented
Gen.
hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
It's a good time.
Lamber into a window of the
I don't know if you can do it
in
on
an attempt to
Kick.
either get the
No, it doesn't work on Kick. It only works on Twitch. It's kind of annoying how back and forth things kind of don't work sometimes.
to this. Get through the hold the doorway. Or for
Unfortunately, I don't know if it'll work for you, Big Man Francis, but it's Kappa and then capital G. I think it only works for subscribers, but I'm not sure. Because I don't think you can change the option on it. Yeah. Let me see.
so that's Bertrand the Blues. I've forgotten the word already.
My character is going to create like a kind of sonic bubble around me with my voice, and I am going to, using my knowledge of merfolk magic, basically invoke an incantation that breaks like the hold that's on these beings for like a short period, and then I'm going to decapitate them. Well, they're like stunned.
I'm trying to think how to word this. Attempt to use this knowledge of old merfolk magic.
Man, I don't even remember where Capagen comes from. I'm pretty sure it's better TTV, but I'm not sure. It can't be that one. I'm just gonna look it up. Oh, it's a widget. Okay, overlays.
Keep moving along with the captain while she fights the undead merfolk. I'm just gonna say, fighting your way to the spire. Does that sound right? Fighting, because we need to go down the spire because it's a chamber below the spire where the art will be.
Yeah. Man, I'm not seeing anything for this. Like, it says it's a thing.
Right. Way to.
It says it's just a
Um,
command. Okay, try it now. See if you can do it now, Francis.
Anyway, is this good?
Yep, sounds good to me. Yeah, I just wanted to clear that I'm moving with you while keeping some of them occupied in the water. Makes sense, makes sense.
Okay, this seems good.
Yep,
I'm just
let's do it.
gonna push it.
Fine, Smokey. Fine.
This is your turn to read.
I thought I just read.
Did you just read?
I thought I did.
Eye patch glinting with purpose? That might have been you, yeah. Right?
Do not
Yeah.
drink water. Do not leave
Yeah,
your
okay,
seat.
I go.
Do not move your
So I have
feet.
to keep track.
Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
True. True, Sean.
Bertrand the Blue, with a roguish wink, leaps up the spire's crumbling exterior, his frog-like agility propelling him to a high window, aiming to draw the merfolk wraith's attention or strike from behind, clearing the doorway for the crew. Which one do I achieve, though? Oh, the point there. Skagdale in the shallows emits a sonic bubble with a focused shriek, its vibrations shielding him as he channels his knowledge of ancient merfolk magic to cast a stunning incantation, briefly paralyzing the flanking undead merfolk for a swift decapitation with his short swords. Ursula, her tentacle hair lashing, fights through the spectral merfolk with razor-sharp teeth and ink bursts, rejoining the crew at the spire's entrance. I judge that Bertrand's maneuver distracts the wraith, allowing the crew to secure the doorway, and Skagdale's magic and blades dispatch several undead. But Ursula's aggressive push draws the wraith's ire, causing it to unleash a chilling wail that weakens the crew's resolve. The spire's sunken chamber lies ahead, but the wraith blocks the path. How do your characters confront the wraith and enter the chamber?
You're all good, Smokey. Don't worry about it. It's all good. 4 months and 14 days. Jesus, Smokey. You've been around
You
for
are
a
in for
fucking
it
while.
now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
How do you still have points, Smokey? You must have like 50,000.
Oop, got some more rain. How do your
Listen,
characters confront
I'm
the
on
wraith and
bare
enter the
minimum.
chamber, though?
Points 896. Sorry, what, Levi?
How do your characters confront the wraith and enter the chamber?
I'm gonna spring out of the water now that there's less of the merfolk. And then I'm gonna confront them on land. Stabbing them until they're like they can't stand and lopping off their heads. It's the only way to kill them, is to cut off their heads.
Okay. Merfolk. Send. Skagdale.
Think I will use my 800 on chair dances. Well, you might as well use it while you can, Smokey. Spraying ink and slashing
Thank you for
with
redeeming chair
her
dance.
spear,
Itox will now
attempting
dance for
to
you.
decapitate the
Please
wraith.
fully enjoy this immersive experience. Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
What is...
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
I'm just gonna say Bertrand plays support in this fight, you know what?
God.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience. I will give you a break, bitch, it ain't over yet.
Yeah, I'm just using the tongue to parry any attacks that might land on Ursula.
You did good, you can
This seems
rest now,
good.
babe.
Right, Itox?
Sorry, I was busy. What?
This seems good. Do this seem good?
Yep,
Yes,
sounds
this
good.
spend.
Ooh, if I had
Expel
$1, you'd get it. Oh, sounds good, Smokey.
one's-
I can deal with your imaginary dollar. It's the thought
This
that
one's
counts.
for sure your one.
Yeah. Skagdale, emerging from the shallows with predatory focus, charges onto land, his dual short swords flashing as he decapitates the thinned ranks of undead merfolk, their skeletal forms crumbling under his precise strikes. Ursula, undaunted by the merfolk wraith's chilling wail, assaults it with ferocious intensity, spitting blinding ink and thrusting a scavenged spear towards its spectral neck, aiming to sever its head. Bertrand the Blue, perched near the spire's window, uses his tongue-wielded blade to parry the wraith's ethereal claws, targeting Ursula, while its other two swords slash at encroaching spirits. Rallying the crew to hold the doorway, I judge that Skagdale's onslaught clears most undead, and Ursula's aggressive assault weakens the wraith, but Bertrand's divided focus allows a stray spectral attack to graze Ursula, slowing her momentarily. The wraith, battered but intact, retreats into the spire-sunken chamber where the Tide Heart's glow faintly pulses. How do your characters pursue the wraith and secure the chamber? When your chair breaks, Smokey has to buy you a new one because his dance command's broken. I've had this chair since like 2017. So at this point, I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, we'd have to put like a donation thing together to get me like a new gaming chair. You'll have me sitting on this fucking stool. Walmart fucking bullshit stool.
I need donations
I
for
think-
more points.
I think what we should do is secure a position here.
Running out here, guys. I mean, I don't know if it works, but I can try this.
Let's while we're at it,
My chair
we
just
love
wants
my
to be
chats.
heard is the loudest thing.
Streamlets. Also, I need to tweak the Streamlets game slightly.
My chair just wants to be heard is the loudest thing. Weapon. The
Yeah.
blade fire. The steel sword of valor. Nice. Damn,
Yeah,
smoky
tweak
sword.
this so it doesn't say the beforehand, but
It works, right? That's what it's all about.
yeah, now it would just say blade fire. The steel sort of you found blade fire. And additionally, oh, I get to show this one off. Enchanted Moonstone of... Okay, this is kind of a weird one. I guess this one should keep the... But there's a risk of it double dying. You know? Because I've had it doubled up.
You like shared answers or something? Sorry, Levi, I just gave Smokey like 9 trillion points.
Yo! What's it gonna do with all those?
Fuck if I know! Let's find out! Is he as humble as Valiant Boy? Oh my god. So I don't know what to do in this situation. I'm just gonna keep cleaving shit. I'm just gonna keep cleaving shit.
Yeah, I think we hold up a defense position here. If we don't pursue the Wraith right now.
What? 2 points, Smokey. Ursula's logic insists that physically aggressive is the correct approach. The ink will make a cloud in the water, while her low light vision will allow her to continue her assault unhindered.
I'm not sure aggressive is the correct approach here. Because we're still holding off the, Actually, we've cleared most of it.
Okay, I think it was too many points, Smokey. Try now.
Okay, you know what? If Ursula decides that that's the logical approach, then Bertrand will offer support. Bertrand defers to Ursula's judgment here. But Bertrand's not great in an underwater cloud of ink.
Maybe I can be of help here?
I mean, dolphins aren't good in ink either.
If I buy
Well,
a chair
I was gonna
dance
say,
here,
can
does
I
Levi
use
gotta
like
do
a
it too?
supersonic, like my speech thing to do like sonar, so I don't need to be able to see.
I
Do
think
dolphins
you're
use
outside
sonar?
of the you're outside of the spire right now.
Oh, I'm fighting the bad guys.
You're out in the yeah.
Maybe I can
I
like.
mean,
I guess so. I don't
like
know.
the geometry of it is that I'm in the spire, with Ursula, and then there's our men at the doorway, and there's you out in the courtyard or something.
Cute Muffin, welcome, welcome. Can you refollow again? Yeah, sure, buddy. Hold on. Just let me know when you're ready.
Can you refollow again? Wait.
I unfollowed him and then refollowed him because he set up alerts, but he doesn't know how to test them.
Oh, I mean, actually, yeah, I guess testing is kind of an awkward thing.
Well, it showed that Big Man Francis just followed, and then I just clicked the follow button, but it didn't show anything when I clicked the follow button. Let me try again.
Yeah, I think refollowing doesn't ping it.
It did yesterday.
Otherwise
No, there
it
it
could
goes.
just spam it.
No, it says Sean.
Alright.
No, that was Sean. I don't
You know,
know.
I think the ink might be the bad play here. Can I
It
reason
does,
with
but
Ursula
no
and say
audio.
no ink this time?
Huh, I don't know. Well, it looks like it works. Figured I'd follow, because why not? True, Sean. Spread the love. Muffin's actually, like, Muffin is going to get big. Give Muffin a year, he's going to be a huge streamer, guys. He's absolutely amazing at chess, and he's world records in Trackmania. Like, under 50 in the world. Good shit. Hell yeah, Muffin. Keep going, bro. We believe in you. We support you, brother. You got a gift. Play it to the world. I play Trackmania. Nice, Smokey. You should play with Muffin. Go check out his stream. Chess. I'm so jealous that you can actually play chess. I know what you're doing. Yeah, Sean, it's insane watching Muffin play chess. It's crazy.
Hey, Skagdo, what are you doing?
I'm going to attempt to slowly back my way into, like, the corridor, and then I'm going to, using my Sonic Blast, basically pile up their bodies to prevent them from getting in. So, like, the bodies that I've, like, of the merfolk that I've killed, I'm going to kind of, like, pile in the doorway to, like, stop the rest of them from coming in. I'm going to use my shriek to disorient them.
I mean, they're mostly gone. We've almost fully dealt with the undead merfolk.
Okay.
I think we should mention that our necromantic pursuer, just so that it might introduce them again.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Would
So
you
maybe
like to,
you should
to gaze out over the water?
Yeah, sure. Like, I look out over the water and I see the sails. As I'm, like, backing into the ship, I'm like, oh noes.
I'm just gonna say to see if from the name already.
Vandar? Was it Vandar?
Farneth.
Varnith. I said I used to be competitive, not anymore. No clue why castling works, or when it's... No idea why castling works, or when it's allowed to perform that move. I think somebody just cheated and claimed it was in the rules, and nobody challenged them. Yeah, Sean, I'm the same way. I'm like, no, that's not a thing. That's bullshit. Like, how does this come out of anywhere? How does this make any fucking sense?
Okay, so you're allowed to perform it in cases where you haven't moved your king, there are no pieces in between your king and your rook.
But I'm not saying, like, the rule itself, but I'm saying, like, what is the reasoning for having the rule in the first place?
One last condition. And none of the spaces the king would be traveling through are in check either. There's also a part of it.
But, like, what is the reasoning for including this rule?
Makes the game more interesting.
Whatever the TM GOAT. Welcome. Yo, how's it going, bro? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for following me earlier. Oh, no worries, man. You know, just trying to spread the love. Glad to see you in here. Always good to see people coming back. Try to give us, you know, as much awareness to other people as possible. Rotate through, you know, rating and sending over my viewers and stuff. It was my first stream, and those follows made my day. Yeah, no worries, man. That's great. That's great. Congratulations on just becoming a streamer, man. We got I'm less than a year old. You know, most people around here are less than a year old. Muffin's pretty new too. Oh, what's your
26.
what? No, I mean how long you've been streaming for. I'm fucking old. I'm 33. Well, take another follow, damn it. Yeah, let's shout. I'll shout you out. I gotta finish figuring this out though. Oh, there you guys go. Go throw him. Oh, he was playing Trackmania.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's
New Zealand
cool.
mentioned.
Because
New Zealand mentioned. Let's go.
Whatever the goat
fellow
_
Kiwi.
8319 is now
Hell
following.
yeah.
Thank you for
To be
following
fair,
whatever the
at this hour, of course.
Yeah,
8319.
true, right?
The Daedron
I
was
hope
just
you are
telling me
enjoying
he
the
used to
stream
argue
less
Kiwis
than
are obviously
less than
full
3
life.
plus
Thinks he'd be
1.
a perfect match for us.
I know,
I'm
some
not that
Asians, but
interested.
like, they tend to
Are you
not speak
smoking?
English,
Who?
you know?
Oh, that's the TM in his
Are you
name. Trackmania. Oh,
You
that
start smoking.
Muffin. You gotta check out whatever and whatever. You gotta check out Muffin.
Makes sense. The filled
Cute Muffin
ashtrays,
TM.
Burning pine scented hairspray.
I guess I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
Cute Muffin
Anyway.
also does chess. Why the hell did it not work for that one? Sometimes it
Shout out
works.
to V1.
It worked when it worked for whatever, but it just doesn't work sometimes. I don't know if that's... I already followed. Ah, nice. And he has followed me. Hell yeah, brother.
Anyway, so you're piling up the corpses in the spire's doorway?
Yeah, this will be like an extra precaution for like when the extra undead of Varnath comes. So we have like some sort of defensive barrier to hide behind and impede them so that we can maybe find another way out of the spire.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're just doing like DnD with damn it, Smokey. Hold on, what was Muffin saying? Muffin was saying something. Strategic and tactical concepts, examples, artificial castling, castling in chess variants, castling in chess problems, nomenclature, references, external links, castling, article, talk, read, edit, view, appearance,
I don't know why.
large, just
For people with the surname, see Castling surname. O-O redirects here. For other uses, see O-O.
I don't know. I don't do D&D, but I'd like to get into it as some of my friends at school do. Hell yeah, man. It's a good way to like expand your imagination. And you know, just have like a weekly kind of event that you can do with friends and stuff like that.
Are we ready?
I think so. I think it's
Okay.
your read.
Yep.
Basically
Ursula
creating a story with
shaking
friends.
off
Yeah.
these- Also, it's the best time to do it because you all have the same schedules.
True.
Yeah, Ursula, shaking off the spectral greys, charges into the sunken chamber with Bertrand the Blue at her side, her tentacle hair flaring and spear poised as Bertrand's 3 blades whirl, both relentlessly pursuing the battered merfolk wraith to finish it amidst the chamber's glowing waterlogged ruins. Skagdale, standing firm on the shore, scans the horizon and spots Wraithskull's tattered sails in the distance. Still pursuing, but slowed, then turns to dispatch the last skeletal merfolk with precise sword strikes before piling their bones at the spire's doorway as a makeshift barricade.
I judge that Ursula and Bertrand's pursuit corners the Wraith, giving them a strong chance to defeat it, and Skagdale's vigilance and barricade bolster the crew's defense. But the chamber's flooding traps air bubbles, risking disorientation, and Wraith Skull's approach signals Varnith's imminent arrival. How do your characters defeat the Wraith, locate the Tideheart, and prepare for Varnith's assault?
There's a club at school that runs once a week that I could join. True. That's a good
Ooh.
place to start. Never hurts to make new friends and expand your interests. And it's not like you have to be like super dedicated. If you just wind up not liking it, you can just be like, well, kill my character. I'd say do it even if the people aren't really your crowd. It's irrelevant when playing. Also, other people's opinions don't mean anything. Giving up on a friendship because you're worried about how others will react to you is BS. Yeah, that's a good way to not have friends. Everyone's going to have a problem with something at some point in time. It's whether you can agree to disagree over it and just, like, know that, like, you know.
Yeah.
People have to get along even though sometimes they don't agree on some things.
It's also a good way to just learn how to deal with
people that have different...
My mic's not picking up my voice properly. Because I tweaked my...
Yeah, it's good to find people that, like, are of opposing opinions and stuff like that, because being able to deal with people like that is a good life lesson, because you're going to have to do that in real life. So...
And problem people as well. There's so many problem people you have to deal with in DnD.
Karens! I'm one of those people, honestly. I try to fuck up the party as much as possible.
I got a quick chatter.
You got a kick chatter? Damn! Nice, congratulations.
Yeah. You're asking if I know Turkish. I do not know Turkish. I do not look like I know Turkish.
I've had a couple Turkish people in here before.
Yeah, but no, I am from New Zealand, which is the furthest place from Turkey. Probably.
I ate turkey
You're
one
very
time.
far.
I had Easter turkey dinner on Wednesday.
Oh. I figured from your question that you were Turkish, Sikiskin. But I'm not Turkish. I don't know how to speak Turkish. Or is Turkish even a language? Don't they speak? They don't speak Arabic in Turkey?
I have no idea.
Or do they?
What does Turkey speak?
Yo, Pickle Rick! Thank you, Smokey, for the Pickle Rick.
I like playing trisexual in D&D. Try anything sexual, flirt with anything, do anything. That table is fucking hot.
Yeah,
it is Turkish.
I think they have like
It is Turkish. They speak Turkish.
Alright. What are your thoughts on Erdogan, Sikiskin? I hear everyone there loves every Turkish politician. Yeah. Oh, thanks for that compliment on the shirt. I got this in Florida. No, I didn't buy it in Florida. I got given it in Florida by the strange people I know there.
Nice.
Anyway, so we're gonna defeat the Wraith, locate Tideheart, and prepare for Varnith's assault.
I'm gonna run back to you guys, remembering something specific about, basically having to, like, join multiple people's magic together in order to open the secret chamber at the bottom, and it's kind of like a releasing of a whirlpool. So me and Ursula could basically go down there and unlock it while you hold them off.
If you had a magic power, what would it be? Only one.
We've got pretty good odds at finishing it before you get here. Strong chance to defeat it.
Mine would
so let's say we leave the crew to work on the defense position.
Yeah. Smokey. I shouldn't have given you all those points.
I was gonna say. Skag Dale leaves the crew to work on building up a defensive position and reunites with
I'm using them wisely. See if the wellness check takes your points or not. You could, Big Brown. It is very true.
and I
You could
learn
very
to,
much, Big
I do not know a single word of Turkish, even though I have played Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Is it Revelation? Which one of them? Revelations, I think it is.
Continue with my
think
aggressive
Brothers
assault,
be
taking
Rome
guidance
one.
from Bertram. While doing so. Bertrand?
Yeah.
Wait for it.
Aggressive
Wellness check.
assault.
What? Is it? Did I not bring it down from 50,000?
Finish it off.
No, I didn't lower it from 50,000. Okay, there, it's 10,000 now. Okay, try it now, Smokey. Find out. Use your points. Find out what it does.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Apps.
Sure sounds
Through
good, bro.
some
Thanks.
Magical.
10K for a toke. You mother F. Hey, I could have put it at like 19K or something, Smokey. You knew exactly what he was doing. I was just having your points, man. I'm the one who gave it to you in the first place. Alright, go ahead.
So this time, Ursula, following Bertrand's lead. That's good.
Yep.
I assume taking guidance from Bertram means following Bertrand's lead. Bertram.
Bertrand.
Bertrand.
The smoke is strong with this one. True. True.
Oh, so I should capital T tied up, just to be sure. I'm not sure how it handles capitals for words. I'm not sure whether it assigns them a different token. If it does that, then missing capitalization would be a really bad thing. And this is
May the
your
Schwartz be with you.
And I haven't seen Spaceballs in a really long time.
True.
Tis your go in it.
Alright. Smokey keeps making me frickin' smoke. Skagdale, trusting the crew to fortify the bone barricades, sprints into the sunken chamber to join Ursula and Bertrand, who press their assault on the merfolk wraith. Bertrand leads with a whirlwind of his three blades, his tongue sword slashing as Ursula mirrors his aggression. Her spear in ink bursts, targeting the wraith's fading form, aiming to obliterate it. Skagdale, amidst the chamber's glowing coral, racks his memory of merfolk lore, recalling a ritual requiring a blood offering on a tidal altar to unseal the Tide Heart's hidden vault. I judge that Bertrand and Ursula's coordinated attacks shatters the wraith, its form dissolving into mist. And Skagdale's recollection pinpoints the altar, but the chamber's rising water and trapped air bubbles disorient the trio, and Wraith Skull's distant cannon fire echoes, signaling Varneth's approach. How do your characters perform the rituals? Secure the tied heart and brace for Varneth's assault.
Valium arrives. Let's go.
Valium boy!
Is he also in your kit chat, or is he just in mine?
Nope, he's in yours.
Have I've stolen your Valium.
Do the follow again. I think I added the sound.
Alright, so we have to perform the ritual.
Alright, here I go.
What the fuck, bro? You are drunk or something? Oh, yeah, Valium oversleeping. Woke up
I
at
don't think it
12
worked.
AM.
I unfollowed. Let me
You have a-
refresh.
Friendly reminder, Valium, 12 AM is midnight. That is an incredibly bizarre time to wake up. Do you mean 12 PM?
Yeah, it's 12 p.m. for him right now. He's 8 hours
Yeah.
off. Yeah, I don't know.
It's
It's not
goofy and
working.
wacky, I don't-
Muffin? Sorry, man.
Here it goes. 11 AM, 12 PM, 1 PM.
Here, this might help, Muffin. Try this. Go to the overlays. Check it.
Valium Boy
30
Twitch
bits
shared
for
X30. Thank you so much,
Xbox.
Valium
Yeah,
Boy
let's go.
Twitch. Your support is much appreciated. Less
Now
than
you've
4,
gotta
less
listen
than
to
3,
that,
plus 1.
Okay, click. Is it the lighter up my ass one? With
Dude,
the
what are you
bits?
doing? What are you doing?
I'm giving you my
Or is
earth.
it
Giving you
different
my
one?
earth.
Oh
dirt.
man, this
I'm
is
gonna kill you
bad
with
because
my
I have the
code.
freaking thing open.
Die, alien.
Not an
I'm gonna
alien,
kill you with my
we
code.
have a
Since the
henchman.
alerts
You're
are
not a
open.
venture brother
That was
from
the
now
worst.
on.
How does Valiant Boy always
Would you believe I'm
hit
Roxanne's
the
long-lost son?
worst
True, I think I would've
fucking
caught you so
timing for
easily.
something?
Could run
Thank
with
you,
a lighter up my
Valiant
ass.
Boy, for the
Okay,
30
now
bits.
I believe
But
you're
god
Hank's friend.
damn, man, you are the master of the worst fucking possible timing. I don't know how you
Wait.
do it, but it amazes me. Okay.
Oh, wait, Sean asked a question about the enemy still alive. The Wraith's dead. But Varneth's still alive.
Bro, say a
Varneth's
number between
competing
1
with
and
us
20.
for the Tide Hat.
20 Valiant Boy.
But the Wraith was just
Motherfucker.
a guardian of the Tide Hat.
No, that was my mom. So right here, it should say emulate, and then you can go follower event.
Valium Boy Twitch shared X20. Thank you so much, Valium Boy Twitch. Your support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
How does this keep happening?
Dude, what are you doing?
I wait to
giving you
see
my
a
earth germs.
living being or an undead.
I'm gonna kill you with my
He's
code.
like a spirit being?
Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not
Thank
a
you
venture
for the
brother.
bits,
How are you?
Valium
I'm
Boy.
Hank's friend.
Yeah, I got
Next
that.
week,
Would you
all of
believe
the
I'm
alerts and everything are going to be
Roxanne's long-lost
completely
son?
different,
No, true, I think I
Valium
would've
Boy.
caught you
So
easily.
prepare for
Could run
everything to
because
be
I had a lighter
changed.
up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Casey is now following. Thank you for following, Casey. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Hi, sweetie. Hatred was just telling me you used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Oh,
So yeah, so you can just go to emulate, and then you can emulate any of the type of things that you want to do.
1989-ish?
So
And then you can
have
test
been
them.
lying. Now makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the
Uh-oh.
burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack
Okay,
a
there we
day
go. I was
voice.
like, what happened? Alright, we are back.
I am not here that much these days, so I send strength. It's a pleasure, X.
True, Valiant Boy. What I'm worried about is if we unlock the chamber by performing the blood offering, are we actually making it possible for V-Dude to acquire it? while leaving would protect it. True, Sean. What if he knows this, and what if he has the blood offering? What if he has, like, you know, someone ready? I think it's a bigger risk to leave it here.
Yeah, I think it's a big risk as well. Thanks, Smokey. I'm sure I am doing a good job.
I believe. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to take, like, what, 4 tokes, Smokey? You bastard. 27. Oh, it's a little much. But take 1. Yeah, I'm only gonna take 1. Sorry, bro. It's only gonna be 1.
Okay, what are the other 2 doing?
Also my worry, it's just which route is more dangerous. Unlocking ourselves and trying to escape whatever victim is on his ship, so he doesn't have a blood offering to rescue whatever victim.
We're in too deep.
Yeah, I say we grab it and we control, like, once we get it, if we can get it before he makes landfall and we control the oceans, we just sink his ship. Like, once we have the Tide Heart, we control the ocean. So we could command the island to sink and even sacrifice ourselves to make sure that no one would ever get the Tide Heart.
We could also, I'm gonna say this ahead of time, use your screech power to keep us in a bubble. Then sink the island.
But it's like, that might kill you guys.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
I mean, if you're if that's what it comes down to, and it's like a necessity, yeah, sure. But, like, I don't want to hurt you guys. That's not really what it's for. Like, flood his powder, so he has no cannon. Then rescue any victim and destroy V-Dude.
So flood his powder with the Tide Heart that you guys are gonna perform the ritual to get.
Yeah, and then we'll make all of it, like, we'll just, like, waves crash over his, an abject failure. Jesus, Smokey. I mean, you had a pretty good power level, but you just didn't take it home.
Damn.
I mean, at least you wrote something, right? Maybe an abject failure, but your next one might not be. Ursula will offer her life without hesitation if it makes sense to her. Lack of emotions and somewhat a liability.
I'm not sacrificing my life this time. I did it last time. I only get so many character deaths. Anyway, ritual time?
Yeah, let's do the ritual. So who are we killing?
I think you just need to offer blood. It's not a sacrifice.
What if
It's just a
Mr.
blood
Meeseeks comes to help? Guys, I found this random box with this thing on it. Should I press it?
When... So, it is just a blood ritual. I think however you say the ritual works will be how it works.
You have to mix blood and water.
But one of those is thicker than the others.
So just like having a certain amount of blood in the water, it's like iron in the blood, will like sink to the bottom and activate the device through like being pulled through airways, like little tiny tubes, like microscopic tubes. Some crazy advanced technology. And then the temple starts to open up.
Are you guys both gonna dive down into the water?
Yeah.
And then Ursula bites herself to get the blood?
Sounds good.
Okay, I...
And for good measure, I'm going to cut my hand. But like the back of my hand, not the front of my hand, so I can still grip my sword.
yeah. Is Ursula biting her hand or arm or what? It'd be really awkward biting anywhere else. Like leg? I don't know.
Bites her tentacle hair, squirts ink in her own eye. Creative.
I'm gonna say wood.
I'm thinking a tentacle makes sense. It's easy to reach, but otherwise useless. And hey, you know, octopi chew their own tentacles off. So it's kind of an actual thing. Usually it's not the female doing it, it's the male doing it.
Hand? Actually, what are you cutting with your sword?
Oh, the back of my hand. Octopus males rip their units off and chuck it at the female in hopes she will use it, and he has enough time to escape her before becoming lunch. Yup.
I'm gonna say. Do they smear the blood in the altar, or what do they do?
Then like a vortex of blood appears and basically like it's sucked down into the bottom, and then the whole area starts to like lift up and the chamber starts to change, and it like rises above the water and opens a contraption with light inside of it.
I'm gonna say shift and change about a minute. That seems like stuff that the AI should make up.
Yeah.
All the environmental stuff.
Yeah. Beetlejuice? Is that Beetlejuice? I can't tell.
Careful. Careful.
Beetlejuice.
Damn! He's done it.
It's been done! Shit. What now? Don't forget to get some of my slime to coat your frog skin after getting out of the salt water.
I'm just gonna not mention it so that the AI doesn't think about it. Whenever you come up with a solution for a problem in a D&D game, it becomes a problem. You know, if you think of a solution to a problem that wasn't established as a problem,
Yeah.
you've just made a problem. Which is fine sometimes, but...
Everybody loves
This-
Beetle. True.
Whose go is this? Is this my go now?
I think so.
Bertrand the Blue, with a nimble leap, exits the sunken chamber and scrambles through the ruins, using his agile climbing to rig tripwires and collapsing stone traps to slow Varneth's undead soldiers. His tongue blade securing ropes with precision. it's gotten so confused with the fact that I'm wielding a blade with my tongue. Meanwhile, Ursula and Skagdale dive toward the tidal altar, Ursula biting a tentacle to draw blood with her razor-sharp teeth, and Skagdale slicing his hand with a short sword, their mingled blood dripping onto the altar to activate the ritual. The chamber rumbles, walls shifting to reveal the Tide Heart, a radiant gem pulsing with oceanic power. I judge that the ritual succeeds, unveiling the Tide Heart, and Bertrand's traps effectively prepare the ruins, but Varnith's wraith skull anchors nearby, its undead swarming ashore as the chamber's shifting walls destabilize, threatening to trap Ursula and Skagdale. How do your characters retrieve the Tide Heart, escape the chamber, and confront Varnith's forces?
I think we should wall inside and use the small tight of the chamber in order to bolster our defense and hide.
The chamber is collapsing.
Like the entranceway.
Okay.
Like where I piled all the bodies.
Okay.
I think that's the best place to go.
How are you escaping the chamber?
We're running back to where I piled up the bodies.
Yeah, but it's... I mean, it's... You're just running out?
I mean, why not? I mean, it's collapsing, right? It didn't say that, like,
Yeah.
the entrance that we came into was blocked.
Okay.
Right? So I think we just get the fuck out of here now. Now that we've got it. Who has it, though?
I see. It's just there.
Who grabbed it? Because no one grabbed it. Who should grab it?
It's just there. Ursula.
Ursula grabs the heart and throws it at Skagdale so he can take it faster. Skagdale stares at it, stares at the swirling, and he has to make an internal decision. To bury everyone else and escape without them. And basically bury the island along with the crew. But that's his last resort. And he doesn't want to do that. But he knows that it might come the moment, and he has to be prepared for when that moment comes. Because he knows that he's going to have to if that moment comes. And he has to be ready. Because it has to be a split-second decision when he decides that, you know, all else has failed and it's time to unleash the oceans and kill them all in order to stop Varnith.
Okay.
So that's like the backup plan if all else fails.
But are you running out?
I'm running back to the ship.
It sounds like the undead will be in the way.
Are they? They've already landed, right? Yeah, I guess so. Using the Tide Heart, I conjure all of the water in the temple into like a tube and extend it basically across the land over into the water, like a river on land. And I follow the river out towards where the ship is. But it takes a lot of my energy to like control the stone. So it tires me out, but I make it to the ship. Or I attempt to make it to the ship.
Well, I mean, we should escape the chamber first. This seems good to consider for subsequent rounds.
Yeah. Ursula knows of a place where she couldn't reach the bottom even if she could dive 10 times as deep, so she's just taking it there to protect it, because even the undead would be crushed to powder. Dropping it in the bottom of the ocean?
Hmm. Sure, we'll do that once we've secured
If we
it.
can't defeat him, otherwise we can take it back and be our own rulers, right? Because we can be the rulers of the sea with this. The great heroes stopped Varnath and the Wraith Skulls from destroying all the ports.
On Varnath.
Okay, Smokey, fine. Fine, bro. Here we go. Too much power, too much risk. Ursula's logic would insist protecting it from everyone, including ourselves, is the only correct action. Then what was the point in, taking it? Then we should have left it there, Sean. If that's your reasoning, but that's not my reasoning.
I agree with Ursula here, honestly.
Well, then we should have left it.
Our goal is to claim it before Captain Varnet does. Specifically, in the text.
But we can still destroy it afterwards.
Yeah.
After we become the rulers of the ocean, right, guys? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The undead would have killed everyone, that's the idea. True.
Defensive position is the spire's door. This is your go to read?
I think so.
Yeah.
Pirates aren't evil by nature, they just want to live free without the rules of government.
Well,
by nature, that's kind of...
That's, I mean, the act of piracy, as in, like, raiding ships and taking, you know, that's an evil act, but people that do evil acts aren't evil by nature.
Yeah, you sometimes do things out of necessity,
but
right?
It's not just a no rules thing. This isn't One Piece. I mean, this kind of is, but like actual pirates aren't One Piece. Although
Luffy,
like the Somalian pirates have a fairly complicated thing going on there.
There's like, culture woven in between it.
They've kind of been wronged by the outside world.
And it's kind of a revenge factor. Most of them are just fighting back because of, like, their land's been stolen from them, their land's been raped by, like, you know, economic, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Basically mining or deforesting or whatever it is, creating insane amounts of farmland.
I think it's something to do with their fishing waters. But I'm not sure. I'd need to look into it more. Anyway. 'Tis your...
Conglomerates. I love words.
Conglomerates. They're funny kind of pirates. You
Alright, you gonna read it?
Okay, Ursula snatches the tried heart from its pedestal, its glow illuminating her gray skin, and hurls it to Skagdale, barking for him to flee as she swims to cover his escape. Skagdale, clutching the gem, hesitates briefly, his mind racing with its power's implications. Before darting through the shifting chamber with dolphin-like speed, Ursula close behind, both racing toward the spire's barricaded door. Bertrand the Blue, meanwhile, slips into a shadowed nook among the ruins, his frog-like stillness masking him as he readies his blades for a surprise strike on Varnath. I judge that Ursula and Skagdale narrowly escape the collapsing chamber, reaching the defensive position, and Bertrand's ambush is well set, but Varnath's undead swarm triggers Bertrand's trap, thinning their numbers, yet Varnath himself, cloaked in necromantic aura, advances with his cursed blade drawn. How do your characters reinforce the spire's defense, protect the Tideheart, and execute Bertrand's ambush? I'm going to be using my bow from range.
Okay.
Yeah, businesses
what's the
are
intent here?
pirates. That's why they're conglomerates.
Are you hitting is this to thin the herd?
Yeah. I'm like crowd control.
Ranks up. Varnath's undead army. I guess it's a navy, but you know. Anyway, I'm gonna bring her back. Gotta piss. I'll be like 20 seconds max.
Yeah, no
Actually, might
worries.
be long, you know.
Sounds good, brother. Take care of yourself. While he's gone, we have to be super serious, guys. We gotta take 3 minutes and be super fucking serious, okay? So check this shit out, because it's like super important. Are you guys ready? Okay, a moment of silence. Here we go.
1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 1A, 2A, 3A, P poop, BUP, fart burp.
What's going on, Toe Connoisseur? We're having a serious stream, bro.
Yeah,
welcome.
Pee poop, butt, fart, burp.
I was supposed to say burp, fart, burp, but I said bup. So retarded. It's okay. We tried.
So Ursula's gonna try and take on.
Yeah, Ursula's
Varnath?
ink sprays at his face in an attempt to blind him, and she throws anything in reach to try and knock his sword out of his hand. Yeah, you guys have to be super wary of the sword. That's why it's best to fight from range. Because if he hits you with the sword, he's going to drain all of your soul and your life. We are playing D&D with Grok, Toe Connoisseur, and we are at the final battle where we've obtained the Tide Stone, and now we must defeat the undead army. We've protected it from their grasp, but we don't know if we're strong enough to defeat them, so we have a backup plan to throw it into the depths to never be seen again. Which means Ursula needs to be able to get away at any point in time, because she knows where that is. But I'm the one holding the stone currently.
Donald. With ink. Additionally. By throwing miscellaneous rocks.
Damn!
Bones.
You actually spelt that properly, bro? That's insane.
That's how it's spelled.
That's insane. That took me like 12 tries.
That's how it's spelled.
I know. I'm like, I can't believe you spelled it on the first try. I'm like, oh, it's 2 L's. It's Miske. Yeah, no. Spelling is not my thing. We're struggling as our ship's name suggests. Not failing, but it's not easy either. Yeah. How's this run going? I'd say it's going pretty fantastic. It's a pretty great story. We got some good shit going on, guys. And I'm having a lot of fun. That's the main part. Are we having fun, guys? 1 in the chat if we're having fun.
1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1.
Damn, that's a lot of ones. I did design a fairly good character for chat to play, even if it's just me controlling her so far. True, Sean. One. That's what it's all about.
What does Varnath wield?
He has
Blade.
he has a cursed blade that steals your life if it touches you. Oh, and 1 F. Toe connoisseur. F. F for
Except for life
friendly,
his foes.
fantastic, fruitful, fabulous, oh, F for feet. Oh, okay, here.
Okay, so is this good?
Yep, sounds good to me. Well, T right back at ya.
I've already forgotten whose go it will be. Last one was... I can't remember. I do hate the... Look at how you gotta be either off on one end or off on the other. Actually, I can do this.
Alright,
so
that'll
my
be
go, you're good.
$5, toe connoisseur.
Whose turn do it be?
I think it's yours?
Okay. Skagdale, gripping the tide heart, knocks arrows to his bow and unleashes a volley from the spire's barricade, his precise shots piercing the skulls of Varnath's undead, thinning their relentless advance. Ursula, her tentacle hair writhing, spits a blinding burst of ink at Varnath, aiming to obscure his vision, while hurling rocks and merfolk bones to knock the cursed blade from his grasp. Bertrand the Blue, poised in his hidden nook, waits until Varnath stumbles under Ursula's assault, then leaps from the ruins, his 3 blades flashing, tongue sword aimed to sever Varnath's sword arm in a single strike. I judge that Skagdale's archery carves a dent in the undead ranks, and Ursula's ink and projectiles disorient Varnath, but Bertrand's ambitious strike only grazes Varnath's arm, as the necromancer's aura deflects the blow, retaliating with a life-sapping slash towards Bertrand. Varnath, partially blinded, presses towards the spire. How do your characters counter Varnath's advance, protect Bertrand, and secure the tide heart?
For $5, I gotta suck 'em. I want a I want a tongue sword that talks of souls. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna join the battle now.
You gonna join the battle?
Yep. But I'm still gonna be at a distance. So I'm gonna try and cover for you guys by using my knives and my bow. So I'm not gonna get close, because I still have the Tide Heart. Sean, use the Tide Heart to catapult stone fragments at Varnath. I mean, we could use the Tide Stone to control the water around the area to create like a whirlpool where the ruins were, and try and launch it at Varnath. I can give you the Tide Stone, Sean, if you want to try that. But I just don't want to take the Tidestone too close to Varnith. That's why I'm trying to be at range.
So we're gonna whirlpool about the tower?
Sounds about right. We've got the Tidestone. We
What
have
does
control of the
Ursula think?
oceans. So... I was kind of thinking I could use the Tidestone to launch myself far into the bay. Then he'll turn around to follow me, but I'll destroy his ship before he gets close.
Actually, what exactly does... Let's check the wording on the Tidestone, what it does. Control the seas themselves. So it's not like an orb of water bending. It's an orb of weather control, really. You know? Like, launching yourself isn't really a controlling the seas.
I mean, you created tsunami that you can swim through. Like a massive wave. But yeah, I do feel the Tide Heart would be more of a weather device than anything like that, right? Like, it stirs the seas into action.
Yeah. Yes.
So I think we're gonna have to do this one on our own, guys. We have to keep the Tidestone, or Tide Heart, as far away from him as possible.
Should I reach the water first or call it to wash him to the side? Again, I still like the whirlpool idea. Whirlpool feels like a thing the Tide Heart could do.
Small scale, like all the water inside of the ruins. Yeah, sure. Let's do with that.
We're in the shallows.
Mm-hmm. So there's a good amount of water, so maybe we can like tie him down with it, or like hold him down with it, get him pulled under the water, and miss out on a couple of, you know, definitely miss out on stabbing us with that sword and getting us all killed.
I got my brain. I was the. You know, let's get to what
And it showing up as a challenge, still it's fun. Yeah. I like the slow, methodical press. You know. I tried to add a little bit of like inner insight and stuff with like Skagdale thinking about how we were probably gonna have to kill ourselves to stop Varnith in the end. And just bury everything under the ocean's wrath.
again, I still like the big old whirlpool idea.
Yeah, let's do that. I really like that idea.
I mean, we need chat to sign off on it.
Sean, what are you doing?
Sean,
Someone started making a mechanical D20 and they're selling it Like it's the coolest thing ever. Make it digital so it's actually random. I'm good with that. Alright, sounds good, Sean. We're making a whirlpool.
I'm sorry, I keep capitalizing tide out.
It's a
Control
proper
the water
noun.
around the spot. Yeah.
Is that good? I'm good with that. Alright.
One.
Yep. Skagdale thrusts the tide hard into Ursula's hands and vaults over the barricade, his bow singing as he looses arrows into Varnath's undead horde, shattering skulls to slow their advance. Bertrand the Blue, dodging Varnath's life-sapping slash, lashes his tongue around a crumbling pillar, yanking himself upward to evade the necromancer's grasp. Ursula, clutching the tide heart, channels its power, her gray skin glowing as she summons a raging whirlpool around the spire, the churning waters sweeping undead into the depths and hindering Varnath's approach. I judge that Skagdale's archery and Ursula's whirlpool devastate the undead ranks and stall Varnath, but Bertrand's retreat leaves him exposed on the pillar, and Varnath, undeterred, conjures a necrotic barrier to shield himself from the whirlpool's pull, advancing with his cursed blade. How do your characters rescue Bertrand, repel Varnath, and safeguard the Tide Heart?
Yeah, he's a real boss.
Yeah, damn, man. We made him too strong.
Also, real quick, what's meant by mechanical dequinning? You mean like one of the little rolling spinning wheel things? Because those are at least kind of random. As in, like, you know, they have the weight problem, but also,
Yup, it is two spinning discs with numbers in fixed locations.
yeah.
There's no such thing as truly random, though.
Yeah, there is. Quantum random's truly random.
It's like ordered randomness.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's truly random, but it's random, like, you know, it's A or B, really. You know, it's Boolean random.
But it's like there's the, how do you say this, like, there's an equal and opposite to every particle, right? So it's like,
Yes.
for everything, it's like, how do you get truly random when you're in, like, pairs like that? That's my question.
Well, it's one
That's
or
why I
the
say it's
other,
like
and which one it
fixed
is
random because it's in, like, a set pair depending upon...
One or the other. Digital just chooses a number from the set available rather than having the possible numbers spinning past a hole in the same order at the same speed. There's a bunch of different ways of doing digital random. There's random number arrays, like what Doom does, but then there's also quantum random, like the random.com quantum roll thing, I think it is, where they use quantumly random data to generate a number that they use a seed for a random number generator.
Anyway.
I still don't think that's, like, truly random. But, I mean, it's as close as we can get.
Hmm.
Because I'm sure over the course of, like, a million throws, you'd find some sort of pattern.
No.
I wanted to have a dice scanner for the PC that by scanning the bottom of the dice, it would know what's on top.
Just you gotta know if it's a if it's a normal D20 or a spin down, or there's also another type that's meant to minimize it like mathematically minimizes the benefits of weighting a dice. So there's like 3 ways of doing it, but functionally there's only 2 because that third one's pretty rare. Anyway, rescue. I don't feel like I'm in that much trouble. I'm a frog on a pillar.
For online D&D, allowing for everyone to see what you throw, even if you don't have a camera.
I just used the Roll20 quantum roll.
I just pretend I rolled a die. Hey, you roll so many 20s, man, I don't know.
Hmm.
But yeah, my character is going to throw the last of his throwing knives in kind of like a pentagram, and he's going to cast an ancient merfolk barrier, and it's going to call up the spirits of the dead, and they're going to grab the what's it called? The aura around Varnith. Like the necromance, like the necromic aura, and they're gonna destroy it. But that completely weakens me, and now I'm out of the fight. The whirlpool begins to pick up sand to increase its effectiveness, grinding away at the aura and possibly Varnith.
And wait.
You say like of a magic circle.
Magic circle, and he attempts to evoke more old merfolk magic to cancel out Varnith's necrotic barrier.
That's what it is, necrotic.
Ursula intensifies. Oh. Oh. Picking up sand and debris. Increasing its destructive power.
Sounds good.
Oh.
Wait for it, guys. 4, 3, 2, 1. 420.
20. Are you in a half-hour time zone? 10:50 here. But always, it means 10:51. Or are you thinking the amount of time you streamed for? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. Stream's been
Oh,
live
yeah.
for 4 hours
I
and
was thinking-
20 minutes. Wasn't the actual time, it was just the uptime of the stream. Just for random sake. Because, yeah, it's 4:52 here.
The distant leap from the pillar to the spire. To escape the whirlpool. I would say fairly difficult leap from, I'm gonna say his pillar to the spire. Everything good here?
Yep, sounds good to me. Let's kick it.
This is an attempt. I don't know re-specify he. Let's kick it. Keep forgetting whose it is.
I think it's yours.
Skagdale, with a flick of his scarred wrists, hurls throwing knives around Varnith's feet, their placement forming a merfolk magic circle as he chants an ancient incantation to unravel Varnith's necrotic barrier, the knives glowing faintly with arcane energy. Ursula, her tentacle hair flaring, pours more of the Tide Heart's power into the whirlpool, stirring sand and debris into a scouring vortex that tears at Varnith and his remaining undead. Bertrand the Blue, clinging to the pillar, summons his frog-like agility for a daring leap toward the spire, aiming to clear the whirlpool's grasp. I judge that Skagdale's ritual weakens Varnith's barrier, and Ursula's enhanced whirlpool disrupts his advance, but Bertrand's leap falls short, landing him in the whirlpool's edge, where he clings to a rock. Varnith, barrier faltering, lunges toward Ursula with his cursed blade. How do your characters save Bertrand, counter Varnith's lunge, and protect the Tide Heart? Oh, he's going straight at Ursula. He's just like strode past you, Skagdale.
I don't like that. I'm gonna try and reach out and like grab him and be like, you've just fucking ignored the wrong person, and then start punching him in the face. You better run, Ursula, because this is me sacrificing myself, because I'm guessing I'm gonna get stabbed. But I'm like, hey, no you fucking don't, bro. Pick on someone your own size, bitch.
His fists.
I'm also really stupid and probably don't realize that he has a blade that can instantly kill you. I'm just not thinking
It doesn't say the
about
blade
it.
instantly.
Well, it drains your life.
It
Says it drains the life from its foes. Or from whatever it stabs.
Yeah, it drains the life, but it doesn't mean instantly kills. It just means.
Well, I mean,
drains.
it's going to kill me.
Yeah.
In some way.
Um,
Because I assume what it means by drains life of is you get stabbed by it or cut by it in any way, and it just instantly drains all of your life.
lunges forward to the side? What do you mean forward to the side?
So lunges forward. To the sides. My spear at his sword arm as the wolf follows my advance. I think he means the side of the whirlpool. Like to the edge of the whirlpool, where, so at an angle to reduce the range, but not directly towards him.
I'm gonna say to the side. What do you mean? Okay, what's meant by the whirlpool follows your advance? I'm guessing still channeling the whirlpool?
It's moving according to the position of the tide heart, is how I imagine it.
Oh yeah, so it's... If you're moving forwards and it's moving in a position relative to the heart, then it'll be moving away from Varnith. Also, I've flipped the vowels here. I'm just gonna say,
Drowning us all in demise.
uh, I'm trying to get him on the backswing. Is
Trying to
this
pass
good?
by Varnith just out of reach of his blade while using the spear, which is a longer reach to attempt to disarm him. The whirlpool falls, the tide heart. As I had indicated a distance from myself when I cast it.
Again, like a lot of the stuff it's smart to leave to the AI's control. You know, whatever headcanon you have, the AI doesn't have the same headcanon, and it's lost. But is this Gucci?
It's good for me.
Is it good with chat? And by chat I mean Sean.
True.
Yogo.
Skagdale, driven by his heroic resolve, charges Varnith, grappling the necromancer with his scarred arms and pummeling him with fierce punches to disrupt his lunge. Ursula, sidestepping Varnith's cursed blade, thrusts her spear at his sword arm. The tide heart fueled whirlpool surging with her motion, wrapping tighter around the spire to batter Varnith with debris. Bertrand the Blue, with roguish grin, releases his grip on the rock, letting the whirlpool's current carry him in a wild arc toward the spire, aiming to rejoin the fray. I judge that Skagdale's grapple and Ursula's spear strike pin Varnith, weakening his grip on the blade, and the whirlpool's force scatters his undead, but Bertrand's gamble leaves him slammed against the spire's base, bruised but alive. Varnith, bloodied, summons a final necrotic pulse, pushing back Skagdale and Ursula. How do your characters finish Varnith? Secure Bertrand and ensure the tide heart's safety. Dun dun dun.
I'm gonna have.
I think you're being too
Bertrand.
ambitious, Levi. The AI doesn't like it. He's like, nah, you're just getting
Yeah.
getting pwned by the AI. That's a nat 20. Yeah, he rolled a 7. Fuck. Is it time for Ursula to move to deeper water and increase the whirlpool's power? It might be, Sean. I mean, he's on his last legs, but we gotta make sure that we take him out, right? So maybe this is the time that he's weakened enough that we can do the final push to cast him out into the sea.
That's what Bertrand's doing. He's gonna just tongue. Yeah, I assume with all that's going on, Varna's not like paying attention to the frog in.
Yeah, sounds good.
I've been put in the spin cycle.
I'm just, I'm still grappling with him, so I'm just trying not to get slashed by the sword. But again, I'm too stupid to even realize it, so I'm just having fun grappling on the ground, punching this fucking necromancer.
Can you pull clouds to shoot lightning too?
Can we pull clouds to shoot lightning? That seems
I
too
mean,
OP, honestly.
there is someone in a grapple right now.
Yeah, you could. I'm holding him down, guys. Take your best shot. Throw the best, fucking strongest lightning, longest lightning you possibly can at him.
I say try to do the lightning. See if the bot thinks you can do it. But another screech.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah,
Something-
I'm gonna do a
Might not be
screech, and that's gonna hopefully hold him back for a second. And then I
Okay.
kind of jump back a little bit. So I ungrapple with him with I screech at him and ungrapple and jump back. Now we're getting somewhere, guys.
Lightning? Is it lightning time now?
It's lightning time. Send it. Put everything you got on that fucker. Let's go. So I'm attempting to add the power of a sea storm to bring down lightning on our foe, but increasing the power of the whirlpool if it doesn't work that way.
I'm just gonna say you're trying to do this and you're unsure of whether it's within Tideheart's ability. I think it's good to be unsure.
Yeah, I like it. I'm sold. What about you, Sean? Yep, seems legit. Let's do it.
You'll go.
Bertrand, battered but undaunted at the spire's base, lashes his tongue toward Varnith, the blade slicing through the air to disrupt the necromancer's necrotic pulse mid-cast. Skagdale, releasing his grapple, unleashes a piercing dolphin-like screech, the disorienting sound rattling Varnith's focus as he steps back. Ursula, gripping the Tried hard, channels its oceanic might, willing a bolt of lightning to strike Varnith, though uncertain if the gem's power extends to storms. I judge that Bertrand's tongue strike and Skagdale's screeches stagger Varnith, halting the pulse, but the Tideheart, tied to seas, conjures a massive wave instead, crashing over Varnith and pinning him. The necromancer, weakened, struggles to rise, his cursed blade still in hand. Bertrand remains exposed, and the crew holds the barricade. How do your characters deliver the final blow to Varnith, protect Bertrand, and secure the Tideheart for their escape? Now that he's pinned on the ground, I'm going to jump forward with both of my short swords and go straight for him. Because before I wasn't using my short swords because I was just kind of, like, I was in the moment, right? I was like, oh shit, protect Ursula. Protect the bitch. And, yeah. And I was like, shit, I have fucking swords. I'm an idiot. Have the Tideheart rip, Varnith's ship free of its anchor and bring it slamming toward Varnith on the shore. That's a good way to end. Kill it with his own ship? I like that. Sorry, I keep getting V-Man's name wrong. That's okay, Varnith. It's an interesting name. Not as cool as Skagdale, though.
What was the ship called again?
Wraith Skull? Wraith Skull.
Wraith Skull. Wraith Skull. Free from anchor. Drop it.
Yeah, man, that's totally legit.
Slam it down.
Slam it down! Love it.
Is trying. Ursula with tied up. It's on its way. No, not necessarily. Trying to pull Wraith Skull free from its anchor. Slam it down with Varnith. Yep.
Let's go.
This one's my one to read?
Yeah.
Nice. Skagdale, seizing the moment, dives toward the pinned Varnith, his dual short swords flashing as he slashes at the necromancer's prone form, aiming to end him. Bertrand, battered and weary, channels his last reserves of strength, his frog-like limbs falling up the spire's exterior to a safer perch, away from the fray. Ursula, wielding the Tideheart's power, summons a colossal wave, its force ripping Wraithskull from its anchor and hurling the ship toward Varnith, intent on crushing him under its hull. I judge that Skagdale's relentless sword strikes grievously wound Varnith, and Ursula's wave smashes Wraithskull onto the shore, obliterating the Necromancer in a final blow. But the wave's backlash floods the spire's base. Threatening the barricade, Bertrand reaches safety, and the Tideheart remains secure with Ursula. With Varnith defeated, how do your characters regroup, stabilize the spire's defenses, and plan their escape with the Tideheart? We don't need a step.
I know it's too late, but I wish V-Man's intended blood sacrifice was a prince and he comes climbing out of the wreckage, battered but unharmed, getting us a safe harbor in that country as he would sing our praises to the nation for acquiring the Tideheart and disposing of it in a place where none, not even the undead, could ever reach it again.
We could just say that we get the captives. Actually, no, the ships.
I say we
If
just
he
sink
didn't
the entire island, all the evidence of everything, dispose of the Tideheart, and say that we never found it.
What about your desire for being a great hero?
Through this trial and tribute of warfare, I've realized that making a name for yourself isn't what being a hero is truly about. Being a hero is making the sacrifice. And if I truly want to call myself a hero, I have to make that great sacrifice.
Wars don't make one great.
No, but wars provide an opportunity for one to prove greatness.
Anyway, are you calling off the whirlpool? That's the real question.
I'm not. Yeah, Sean, are you calling off the whirlpool that you created? Because you're the one with the Tide Stone, or the Tide Heart. So we use the Tide Heart to calm the sea once more, search the wreckage to ensure no living people are trapped inside, and looting, because pirates. True, Sean. True. He had to have some good shit in that ship. So we can say that we defeated Varnith, but we never found the Tide Stone, or the Tide Heart. And then dispose of the Tide Heart. And we can still be called great heroes for defeating Varnith. We were sent on this mission, or did we just do what needed doing because we could? We were, the purpose of our entire crew was bringing people together that could possibly, like, accomplish this. So, for instance, like me, who has the knowledge of the Tide Heart and all of the merfolk, you, who has complete knowledge of the sea and everything, and then Levi's character, because he's the one who's the captain of the ship. So we kind of
I thought you were the captain.
What?
I don't know. Who is the captain?
I thought you were the captain.
I don't know. I felt like people were kind of acting like you were the captain.
Oh, I didn't think I was the captain.
I'm a guy. I'm a swashbuckler.
Yeah, I'm just some random guy who's dedicated to his crew.
Okay, I guess I'm the captain.
I thought Levi was the captain too. Yeah. Okay. Levi's the captain.
I wasn't acting very captainly.
Oh, that's okay. You're a pirate. We're pirates. At the end of the day, we're scallywags. I got my scars to prove it, and I didn't even have to pull off my eye patch. I guess I kind of missed a moment there to go, like, Super Saiyan. But it is what it is. He didn't press me hard enough.
It's taken a while to.
Hey, we did this whole thing at night, so my light sensitivity didn't affect the mission.
Gilded Sparrow? Is that what it's
And
called?
I could have probably had better vision had I taken off of my eye patch. But, you know, where's the fun in that? Only if I'm, like, about to die in that moment, you know?
Mention any interesting loot.
Sounds good.
No, it's just some interesting loot. Let's say that.
Move your eye patch when sifting through the wreckage to allow your dilated eye to assist in the gloom of the wreck. But Sean, it's like I spent the entire battle not using it. Why would I use it now? But you're right. And then I can find all the good stuff. So how about that? So I take my eye patch off and I look into the place, and I get to find all of the loot. To find the better shiny, why else? True. I'm increasing my drop rate by 6% by increasing my sight in the dark. That's why I keep the eye patch for after the battle, so I can find the best loot. Love your thinking, Sean. Corsa Talks has a third hole. Hanky Mayo. Welcome, welcome, brother. You missed quite a bit, but that's okay, man. I'm glad you're here. How are you doing, good sir? How is work?
It's good.
Yeah, looks good.
You'll go.
Yeah, you made me be the only one controlling the chat character today. I mean, it's not my fault. It shows we got 8 people in here. You're the only one talking. Not my fault. Ursula, her gray skin aglow with the Tide Heart's power, channels its energy to calm the turbulent seas. The waves settling into a gentle lap around the Isle of Whispers, securing a safe exit from the spire. The crew, relieved, abandons the barricade, joining Skagdale, who removes his eye patch to sharpen his loot-hunting gaze, and Bertrand, who descends with a weary grin to plunder the scattered debris of Wraithskull. Among the wreckage, they uncover a barnacle-encrusted astrolabe,
Astrolabe, yeah.
that charts hidden merfolk trade routes, a cursed ruby amulet pulsing with faint necromantic energy, a set of enchanted harpoons that return when thrown, and a sealed merfolk scroll etched with tidal spells. I judge that Ursula's control of the seas ensures a smooth retreat, and the crew's looting yields valuable treasures, but the amulet's dark aura unsettles some crew members. With the Tide Heart secure, how do your characters return to the Gilded Sparrow and decide what they should do with their newfound loot and the Tide Heart itself? It's 'cause I talk too much. I see how it is. Moonlit Sapphire of Eternal Night. Nice.
Yeah. Let's say the treasures are given. Um,
Check the ship thoroughly. Do proper patching for the leaks. Do any other damage we find. True. Patch everything up before we head out to sea again.
Captain for future use, and the other.
I'm gonna take the ruby because I know about the merfolk and I know its origins. I'm also gonna take the scroll of tides. If that's cool with everyone.
Scroll of tides?
The sealed merfolk scroll etched with tidal spells.
Yeah.
Basically anything merfolk.
Skagdale holds onto the first ruby amulet, was it?
Yeah. Eggy enters as a
Indeed.
kraken. Eggy uses a tentacle move to strike the ship, using penis length as a damage roll. 9.
Scroll.
Did we get any more powder or shot from the wreck? Any decent cannons that we'd want on the Gilded Sparrow? Eggy sinks under the waves forever. Eggy!
Loot, including the about the crew as spoils.
True. I like it. That works.
For potting, we.
Did you ever do forum roleplay back in the day?
No.
I did, like Truth or Dare, you know, like XXX Truth or Dare.
To.
Ursula's only concern from this mission is the title heart itself. She doesn't care what, if anything, she gets. Yeah, I'm leaving the Tide Heart with Ursula. She seems like she knows what she's doing with it.
Using.
If you turn on us, Sean, I swear to God. I used to do some forum RPGs, but the amount of God mode from people was ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, that didn't work against me. I have dragon scale armor. I'm also immune to fire and ice and
Isle of
lightning.
Whispers, was it?
Sorry, what?
Was it called the Isle of Whispers?
Yeah, Isle of Whispers. Actually, my character is an invincible vampire that kills anyone with one punch. Forgot to mention that. Oh, yeah, true. I'm a vampire that's actually a half-breed that doesn't die in the sun and has absolutely no weaknesses that vampires have, and you stab me in the heart, I just grow another heart. I'm also, like, insanely more powerful than all the other vampires. Ursula has faint flashes of memory of her past life where her obsession with acquiring this sort of power destroyed not only herself but her sister as well. She now is disgusted by its very existence but can only ensure it's beyond everyone's reach. And if you drive a stake into me, it actually becomes a nuclear bomb that only kills you because I'm immune to radiation and heat. True, Eggy, true. Oh my god.
Is this good?
Yeah. I'm sold.
What's in here? I keep forgetting whose it is.
I think it's yours.
The crew, laden with loot, returns to the Gilded Sparrow, where the captain claims the barnacle-encrusted astrolabe for charting future voyages. Skagdale tucks the cursed ruby amulet, and merfolk scroll into his gear, eyeing their potential, while the enchanted harpoons and other treasures are divvied among the crew as spoils, boosting morale. Using salvaged timber and pitch from Wraithskull's wreckage, the crew meticulously repairs the Sparrow's hull, sealing the leak for good. With repairs complete, Ursula sets a course for the deepest sea, intent of disposing of the Tideheart to prevent its misuse. The ship cutting smoothly through calm waters, I judge that the repairs and loot distribution strengthen the crew's resolve that the amulet's dark aura faintly hums in Skagdale's possession, and the deep sea's uncharted depths loom ominously. How do your characters prepare for the disposal ritual, handle the amulet's influence, and navigate the deep sea's danger?
I'm a shark-like woman with octopus tentacles for hair and squid ink, low light vision, and the ability to dive 40 fathoms. So, yes, definitely been... Which one of you has been inappropriate with an octopus or kraken? Yeah, definitely here. But I'm also half dolphin. So, what would our kid look like, Sean? A dolphin with octopus hair? I don't know, I bit myself, so wasn't I the inappropriate one? True, Sean. True.
Is Skaggy Boy, Skagdale, doing anything about the amulet?
He's gonna take it to the one who told him, like, where he learned, like, his master that taught him all about the merfolk, and he's heard of it before, so he'll know what to do with it.
This is the Necromancer's cursed amulet, not the merfolk's cursed amulet, just a reminder. But, sure, you can,
But I said I had knowledge of the cursed ruby.
yeah.
That doesn't have
I
to
do
do...
want to... Yeah. Sure. I'm just making sure that you understand
no, you can't.
where it came from.
It eventually brings back, like, it contains Varnath's soul. So eventually he'll escape again and come back. That's how he keeps coming back. So we have to find a way to destroy the actual gem. And I've heard of it before, but just because the guy who taught me about the merfolk, it's not he just knows about the merfolk. He knows about everything, right? He just happened to taught me a lot about the merfolk. But he also knows about this curse, and he's the one who sent me on this journey for Varnath.
So...
I just know you've written a non-con succubus beastman octopi story. I mean, technically haven't written. In the process of writing, eventually. But again, like I said, I just don't... I feel like I don't feel like I'm good enough writer to get the entire potential of the story across. So I'd like to get better. And then, you know... Then I don't feel like as I'm writing the books, I'm improving significantly in my writing, right? So maybe I'll even write another series before that. Like, I want to do the Duart prequel as well. Yeah, the only thing we've done is in the combat scene. Effing. True, Sean.
There's a journey from another day.
Just want to wrap it up here?
Yeah.
You just say we sail off into the sunset with a new adventure under our belt and a new one before us. Maybe Ursula somewhat has the hots for Skag Dad and asks if he's gonna toss his manhood to her anytime soon. Because their kind are like octopuses in that respect.
Is this your to read or is it mine? I keep
Mine.
forgetting. I'm terribly keeping track.
Ursula, her gills flaring, dives into the abyssal depths of the deep sea, clutching the tide heart, and releases it into the unfathomable underwater ravine, its glow vanishing where no creature could ever retrieve it, securing the oceans from its power. Skagdale, sensing the cursed ruby amulet's faint hum, studies his merfolk scroll, plotting a future quest to destroy it, though he sets it aside for now. Bertrand the Blue, ever jovial, leads the crew in raucous revelry aboard the Gilded Sparrow, toasting their victory with rum and laughter. I judge that Ursula's disposal succeeds. Skagdale's foresight preserves the amulet for a later challenge, and Bertrand's celebration cements the crew's triumph. With Varnath defeated and the Tideheart gone, your quest concludes. The Sparrow sailing toward new horizons. Congratulations on your victory. Would you like to start a new adventure or revisit any part of this tale? Can I be a foot siren seducing a tox to my island for some feet fun? Yes, you can, toe connoisseur. Yes, Levi, I love it.
And now
This one's all you.
oh, okay. Years after the Tideheart's disposal, Ursula and Skagdale's child, named Thalen, is a striking blend of their traits, thriving aboard the Gilded Sparrow. Thalen has Ursula's grey skin with faint blue splotches from Skagdale, and a crown of sort, writhing tentacle-like hair tipped with dolphin-like fins. Their eyes are sharp, one hidden by a decorative eye patch in homage to Skagdale's habit, though both work perfectly fine. Thalen inherits Ursula's gills and Skagdale's agility, making them a natural diver and climber, often seen scaling the ship's rigging or exploring shallow reefs. They wield a small spear and throwing knives, trained by both parents, and can emit a mild sonar chirp that disorients fish but not allies. Thalen's personality balances Ursula's cool logic and Skagdale's ambition, showing a curious, determined spirit eager to prove themselves as a hero of the seas, yet tempered by a quiet respect for the ocean's mysteries. I judge their unique heritage makes them a prodigy, but their youthful impulsiveness sometimes tests the crew's patience. Would you like to explore Thalen's adventures or continue another tale?
Is Skagdale the heroin reference? No, toe connoisseur. I don't know how that's even possible. I just literally made up that name. Oh, I got a son. How cute. Hell yeah, Sean. That's what it's all about. How is Skagdale related to heroin? Skag is what my friends used to call, like, what we would think, like, the monster version of me is. Which is, like, a hoarding monster that, like, lives in the dark and, like, steals your dishes and stuff. Does he have a detachable penis? No, but he has, like, a worm penis? I don't know. It's, like...
Okay, you get to read a poem.
Our kid? Oh, I don't know if the kid has a detachable penis. Bertrand the Blue, in a mischievous grin, pens a humorous poem about their Tideheart quest, reciting the Gilded Sparrow's crew amid raucous laughter. Oh, we sailed for the Tideheart, gem of the deep, with Ursula's ink in my tongue's nimble leap. Skagdale's screeched loud, made the undead all wince, but Varnlith's old ship met a wave, kersplat since. I judge the poem's brevity and wit capture the crew's triumph, boosting morale, though Skagdale might roll his eyes at the screeching jab. Would you like another poem, or shall we explore a new adventure, perhaps with Thalen?
I think that's a good spot to end.
Hell yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. I don't have
Talks,
time
bro,
to do
you're something
Oblivion.
else, my dude.
It's been a lot of fun.
Thanks, Eggy. I take that as a compliment. But
You know, we should decide what our next thing will be.
God, I have no idea. At this point, like this, like I'm probably just gonna end the stream because I'm fucking tired. It's 5 in the morning.
All right, we can figure out. We could take chat. I mean,
yeah, we can get some chat suggestions.
Sean's free to suggest something anytime.
We'd have to increase the length of that by 10 times to call it a story, but it was good for what it was.
It was a story.
It was good
Things
enough.
happened.
Yeah. I mean, we could definitely add some, like I said, like inner thought working and like develop the characters more, but it's more of just
Sean wants it
having
to be
fun.
40 hours long.
Yeah. I prefer short form stuff, honestly. That's why I like my short stories being like super short. But that's just me. Because I get lazy when I read. And I'm like, I don't need to build like 18 scenes just for this one point that I'm writing the story for. I'm writing the novel for that. Everything else is just filler. But anyways.
Yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, it was a good time, Levi. It's always a good time. Oh, man. I'm glad we had some...
Yeah, next time we should do a haunted house.
Haunted house. Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay, let's do that.
Couple of
I think I'm done for the night, too. Hangry Cat,
teenagers
no.
going into a haunted house.
Try for cat version tomorrow or whenever. Yeah, true, Sean. We'll pick it up. We'll pick it up probably tomorrow. We'll start with, if you're here at the beginning, we'll start with cat version, and then we'll do cryogen, and then we can do probably just schedule one, honestly.
Well, good night.
I gotta start selling that Coke.
And good night, stream.
Alright.
Good night, my one viewer that might be me.
Have a good night, Levi. Fuck you.
Yeah, good night. Fuck you.
Peace. Alright, who we gonna raid, guys? Who we gonna raid? Night, Sean. Thanks for hanging out. And remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Man, you got worse this time. Oh no, I guess last time was 9. Never mind. Yeah, you're better this time. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I'm retarded. Alright, well here we go, guys. Dropping you into a big one today. We're dropping a big one today.